Kwama style. I do choir rehearsals every Sunday afternoon. For me, I'm quite innovative. I use Now Today. That song helps with your breath control. Now Today for a year. And now they want to bring washrooms on the highway. How pressed are you that you'd want to stop on the highway and then you'll be there, you hear yes, a friend to help me kill my depression suggested that looking at the bosses of women would probably calm me down, and it did calm me down. So
how did it calm me down? Sarah, I just have for some semia whom Dominic Benyamra should be Jenny. A quack see no, the Masha Bejamina on Bano, a how man for baby pan, it's true panny MPP among your corner. A son say, yaw, Adomako Befiono, and then Masha Jenny, Emma, a new job in South now saying, or be the two just say a quack I just have per se, or shall not defer the fair MPP among your conampono, albino. I think so I can do Japan, so Nancy, I say, Sarah just have for Mamma Shebe Gem now on any one man, Nanso or per se or say, or Tiana Sansania by one. No, idea and send fata ye cranano, and a GhanaWeb actually will say, and this a manual and I'm pono yam mashebeja for I won mashebejem, and this for minority. A quack so moon and no muta as a rajasa for ye pan. Near shots and near shots here, Eddie free a yen north tongue mashebejeni. I a friend says someone look at a black or no say, or the betu just say a quack say, Madio Muye Asenia NC pen. It's on Safi 2021 mo between October and November mashebeja for would be or no more or mamba mashebe jama omunyina no yankase ye chi omo akonya e de free omoto e na afe eye mashebe dwani ema Sauda ye Roxy Nelson na fia mekpo ono so de ne de bebetu dwa ono so eche mu se ne mpp4 ye chwe no kra de onye hu so kra ye sanso na ye bole bamboy mashebe dwani Yusuf Sulemana ono so de nanu de sem ato dwa nampo ono so de nanu ato san nsem yimi sanso na Sam na te George ngo pampa mashebe dwani ono so aka san nsem hu bi. Mrashepe Jenny Emma Asin Central, Kennedy e Japan, Eddie Ababetu Jase, Sana a chief of staff, I friend or say, Akosia Frema or say, or Pari Emma no 120,000 Ghana cedi. Sa on fama aya Sarajwa Safo, on Osia Mrashepe Jenny, Emma Domi Kwabenya, or Manosasikano and Sana or Ba Mrashepe Jem. Now, Okoya interview was a radio so no distance same way na a two Jana Oche Muso no, or Kana Mami a Sebi, watch one and no one Siado, say or no, or the a year 120,000 Ghana cedi. Ekoto ya Sarajwa Asafo ne bank account Fidelity bank account mu ansa na chese oba mrashebedwam otwemu asisi anakwa ya se ye Sarajwa Asafo esa ne mrashebedwam a omba ntino ama bibia aye basa e masisi anakwa ya so mako opposition anesa ono so ho no media wa na dwese anya de obedi natem na Sarajwa Asafo efi so obo a onje ni PA na okasama no yembisa no na nkasa be hu sampa odisika 120,000 Ghana cedi ekoto ya Ajwa Asafo ni Fidelity bank account mu.
After going for a break in November, celebrating Xmas in December, and making way for the AFCON, which is now over, with fresh energy and profound synergy, we are back to leave a mark. Na afi ampaye beja, bese tefrahiase no mutua obedaya. On this note, I welcome you to the maiden edition of Bloggers Forum for the year 2022. You're watching GhanaWeb TV. The show is also showing on Xylophone TV. I am Benefo Boabin Abrantipa. Thanks for joining us. It's 60 minutes of unlimited entertainment. My name is Benefo Buabin Abrantipa. The show is proudly sponsored by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has all you want from juices, smoothies, jollof, fried rice, spag, and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday. With only 49 cedis, you get one small pizza, fries, and chicken, one cola drink at all branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesdays at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. And also remember to start your weekend with special jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza branches every Friday. Call 026-4133-397 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your pizza your way. And my guests are already seated by the Duchuma Boatin. Today, play Rose Minu. And Vada Duchuma Boatin is a columnist, and she is the PRO or the spokesperson for 3 music awards. Today we'll be discussing the 3 music awards, and so obviously you not see a Vida who is doing more analysis, but she will take a certain position, and yet they will be defending 3 music. Vida Akwawa. It's been a long time.
Yes, you share. Fresh energy for the year 2022.
Yeah.
A few years, I feel true. So
I feel true this year.
So I'm so vicious. Vociferous. They say they are the darling angel. Darling angel. Me bana taba isisi mechi. Na me bana me tu feri yemsa.
David Mowley is with pulse.com, was with pulse.com.gh. He's now with Ghana4.com. Dave, if you are fine. Who say, I don't know where it's just like, you know, when you work with radio station for so long a time.
Yeah.
What's the new one? What's the old one? Any frequency?
The first half of January, mature date, 2021.
And some who say 2022.
Or 2022. So, I mean, I agree with you. Okay.
Yeah.
But thanks for opportunity.
Ghana4.com
papa. But me person I can want to be Ghana bloggers. The amber call is here. But I have a concern. Your basho no swa cheesy pizza. Naka at least what the back one day.
But
Mauli,
PRO so be you are no. You know, mommy.
Nancy, what a booklet, coupon booklet, I come to pay.
Oh, I need the help for my family. When you for show, what you say?
So do was said,
sir.
Okay.
As I don't think
exactly. What's it?
Right, so that's David Mowley. He's with Ghana4.com. So, you know, there have been a number of changes on the show. So previously, last year, after I introduced my guest, Amabroni will come away with Nkomo. Now, Nkomo is a standalone program. The 10 minutes that it had on Bloggers Forum, we've decided to extend it. So it's now 30 minutes, a standalone program. Yeah, Nkomo is in channel. There are new things that are on the show. There is a segment that we call Free Your Mind, where I'll give my panelists the opportunity to, you know, say whatever they have on their minds. They want to get things off their chest. It's not something that I don't even know what they want to talk about, honestly, on that segment. And then there is the Vogue. Vogue is a lifestyle and fashion segment which will be presented by Everett. Say Everett in so, but Nina Elho. So we're going to have the Free Your Mind segment right after this. Right, so the Free Your Mind segment is on. Let me begin with Vida Educhumwa Boatin.
Yeah, boss.
Yeah.
I'd like to talk about E-Levy now. Yes, celebrities, and they are all taking a swipe and as a bite at it. For the first time in your discourse as a minor, we have celebrities, you know, stepping up, speaking about issues. A bit more car, you can clearly see, say they don't know what it is about. Talk less of, you know, having an opinion on it. So Obekaya December omoto abana omunya celebrities omudi politicians nechino. I said say they should be given a role to play. And yes, odi eche o che fans ni wie pa na no. I said say obi to say Lumba say Obefana you commission him to do the music for you and that's it. Obi to say Jacko or your crowd puller. And now unim kasa, so if you want to get to the grassroots now, he's somebody that you can use. But contracts when money almost signing because people don't understand the e-levy situation. Omonam town hall meetings. The obia tell say you better to seek free phone. So but there are some intricacies we almost to omobo extreme much that people will know. So what role are they playing? Bibi Bright more. Any others no more follow suit, you know. I think it's about time I be from. Sit down, give them the necessary notes. They should come on social media. They are no more canvassing for votes for the politicians. They should play a vital role. Send a bay or chinebi or konya position be obi mbebusa sana wo den na ye. Ebeka se okotwi mumume wo ka so ntini ama opposition. So the people want to know the details and you have all the contacts. The big people know they are just a telephone call away. So get to them. And the politicians also momunye juma. Because we don't know whether they got paid or not, but put them to use because you see, and there's too much confusion in the system concerning e-levy. And I think they need to do more. And then Kwabna also, I think when they come back, you know, a year superb. I mean, be about the crafts, and I want to commend the manager Ashes for the good job all year with the artists. And you know, all hope is not lost yet. And say, you can say, for long, babima is difficult. I mean, you need to sit down and study strategies. Ashes the two tables, so to get Kwabna appealing to masses again. So I want to commend them for that.
David Mauli.
Yo, okay, so we'll quickly touch on Kevin Boy. I feel like Kevin Boy is a hell of a talent and he has a lot to offer Ghanaians, he has a lot to offer Africans, he has a lot to offer the world. But I feel that the support that he's getting is minimal. He's not getting a big support because Kevin Boy is on a level of Sajo Boy, but you see, Ghana, no. Because of small beef on this Stoneboy Benyan, Stoneboy fans in what I say. And so I feel that the support that we are giving to him is more. Is more and is not really getting the full support of Ghanaians, and I think that he needs it. He needs it at this time of his career, and if we give it to him, he's going to go far. I feel we can do more. His manager is also doing well. I mean, the manager there, he already has the experience, but it all boils down to the support too. What I say, you have the experience and all that, but any pan a bit any pan a share any pan a social media to talk about it, just like I'm also talking about it here. He has a new song, Down Flat. It's a crazy song. Yeah. Like we are not say official Valentine's song. A song no na say any akwa nyom pan the cause Valentine. But I didn't see that massive airplay, any rotation on social media. So I feel Kevin Boy is lacking the support from Ghanaians. I think that we should give him.
I disagree though. I disagree.
If you mention support, exactly what do you mean? So, how do we support it?
I feel that the circulation is small. Right now TikTok is the thing, okay? They have TikTok blew a lot of Ghanaian songs, okay? And so far it's been like TikTok, I'm into TikTok and right now it's a business venture. It's attending to say Instagram. Right now, if you don't pay, you cannot penetrate through TikTok. So we need influencers to carry your song and now the best idea now. No, unless one wait a couple of influencers and then they will be exactly your song for you near there. And I've done it for a couple of songs. I worked it last year. I've worked with a lot of TikTok influencers. Me personally, I have TikTok account with plenty of followers. It's what I'm saying. I know what I'm talking about. So I feel sometimes a woman say a pescani idea. What you say? We as bloggers sometimes we take money to post a song. I mean, I agree. I can't say we shouldn't take money, but you pay hosting service. What I say? Electricity in your fee. Fear now bills in your fee.
So could it be that or no in such a thing? Because there are people who have said that per their experience,
with him.
Papa so ye be mawa. Instead say obey ni free no I expect be later. Onye inti sadie any major. Sana ubi na so ya homa so crem family. And we've heard some of these comments and for relationship with Kelvin Boy and other musicians and all of that. And
it's everywhere. I mean, amongst your siblings, crying, ultimately Bob Sian, feature not tata, even though you're sibling. What I say, I can't, no matter or any fatcher me, sorry, mini fatcher me, but I mean, it happens, but it shouldn't prevent us from, I mean, giving our artists the necessary push. You want to say, Sadia no so hot there, but from our kumam, we should be able to, I mean, praise the guy. We should be able to put the guy somewhere.
Support without
because releasing you, it's hard to say a trend or Twitter. Right now, Twitter you have to pay. Instagram you have to pay. TikTok never free. So TikTok right now you have to pay TikTok. I'm telling you, a lot of songs I hate they are paid for. And I know what I'm talking. Make me pull receipts. Maybe be actual and I say, I'm the better than a cause confusion after show. Make my receipt and everything. Make my say, oh, the X amount of money back. When you notice a ball I said, then we wait my hit to TikTok. What I say.
So is it that Kelvin Boy doesn't have the means to ensure sending your money back trendy?
So one thing is, I think he lacks the little that financial support. Kelvin Boy is not that big. More big, you know, shows are here. Ghana too, we don't do the streaming well. Obia sorry, or call SoundCloud, or call YouTube, or call online where I can download the MP3. Only a few of us stream music on Apple Music. There are a lot of people boom play. Minyasho said they pay. Do they have a subscription? So people just go, they look for like free services to stream the music. We don't stream music. I have to say America there. If one person comes out, and Kevin Boy, and I hate Didi, get your boy Panda is still Didi. Your boy OT Genesis say why. He's still eating. He still goes to club. He's still chilling. He's still buying houses and all that because he take back one streaming no ye large streaming no so no a muska and quarterly royalties very then so one ton you you so one kasa you are connected to your own thing and you'll be making the money out of it. So I feel say Ghanaians, streaming, about streaming, and we are not there. So the next thing is, share. Obi born you more influencers, so you find your own gym. But I say TikTok influencers, to amena menya more. When to amamia, I know we want and you may just say any day. And you need that, or no, so you find. But I think say generally a bit more support and financially too, he needs support because he's not making money. Kevin Boy is not really making money. But and also one last thing that I want to touch on is just give me just 1 minute. 1 minute. Okay. 1 minute. And he said, Nano, when Shatawale had the beef with Burna Boy, okay, he made some certain statement on social media, and I think the CID on Sanchino issue.
Ben I will refer to.
On this CID already I'm issue or I'm on this Stoneboy issue no some way court and clear on way. Okay. On sign for win cock and on your ear and say because wait I you want for now
want him to be arrested.
And said Obienano he opened his mouth to say to call himself a rapist, to admit say only Burna Boy repeal girl near there. And imagine the influence that this guy has in Africa. Don't even say Ghana. Everyone say so be America. At least Nigeria for half love music no Shatawale. Half of Nigerians who are like music enthusiasts, they know Shatawale. What I say. Imagine the weight that this guy carry, his words carry. And now what for social media to say that we repu Oba and nobody is saying anything in this country.
Say that?
I mean say, of course he said it. He said it. Anna, open me tweet.
Yeah, I mean, per the screenshot. No, per the tweet.
Move a screenshot. No,
per the tweet.
Yes, he's a rapist and he's working there. He's promoting rape culture and
If I recall,
then
Benna Boy is behaving that way because
lady,
he raped his girlfriend.
Yeah, exactly. But why would you
no
even say
one
that?
is going to press charges. If there's no woman to press charges, say will be a raping me. How are you going to get him arrested?
No, but I think that if after this, and if you can get a lawyer to clarify this part, I would be glad.
Right.
Because it's uncalled for. Some statement don't make it. It's really uncalled for.
Vida, you wanted to say something.
I think I don't really side with Mauli when it comes to Kelvin Boy. I mean, sir, break away from Stone Boy, ne Black Star album, it really did well.
Yeah.
So I thought it was a breakaway success for him. I think in your down flat, he's regional, like on TikTok, on social media, other social media platforms. And I mean, who in Comfort Chatter, he's sliding in. I think I have two bloggers, top bloggers, Krapoka say, and you might dominate the first quarter, and they added down flat to it. I don't think that bad. I think that the problem lies with the management. Black City, I relax it too much, because the vibrancy or the Stone Boy Jumano. I don't think that that's the same way I echo with him. I don't know, on recover from the shock of not working with Stone Boy Bima, but I feel a Black City didn't magic, the two Stone Boys, two Kelvin Boys. So I think it's going to make it. But down flat, I think the first quarter is part of the top songs at World Country.
Okay, that's Vida Duchmo Abuatin. Vida is a columnist. So what she has, all the things that she has said, she said so as a columnist, as a pundit, as an analyst. When we return, we are going to discuss 3 music awards, and she will speak as the PRO for 3 music awards. David Mauli is with GhanaWeb.com. I am Abrantipa. We take a quick break. When we return, the show continues.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Welcome back. The show is Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV, also showing on Xylophone TV. Vida Duchmo Abuatin is still here. David Mauli is also here, GhanaWeb.com. I know you are eager for the 3 music awards discussion, but let's go for Vogue. When we return, we delve into the 3 music awards, those who made it and those who didn't make it.
Hi guys, welcome to Vogue on Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Erabna Everett. In this episode, we are going to be looking at the premiere of Eva Nelson's movie, The Men We Love, which took place inside the Silverbird Cinemas inside the Accra Mall. The night saw a packed venue as audiences from all walks of life came to watch and support the actress. Some personalities like Majid Michel, James Gardner, Jacqueline Mensah, Angela Bamford, and a lot more who starred in the movie were also there to support. Now we're going to be looking at what the personalities wore on the night right after this break. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back. This is still Vogue on Bloggers Forum and GhanaWeb TV. Before I went on a break, I did say we were going to be looking at what some of the celebrities wore on the night. Starting off, let's talk about the lady of the night. The reason why we were all gathered inside the Silverbird Cinemas, the producer of the movie. I'm talking about Eva Nelson. Eva Nelson's outfit was the outfit of the night. She wore a red bustier wrap outfit with a slit on the right. The outfit outfit had red and silver definitions on the bust side and on the arms. She accompanied the outfit with a gold two-strap sandal heel and a yellow bag that brought the look together. Next on our list, we have Jacqueline Mensah. Jacqueline Mensah had on a white feather dress with lace arms. To give the outfit a kick, she had red hair accompanied by silver earrings and black strapped block heels. Now all of that gave the outfit the oomph it was looking for. Moving on, let's talk about James Gardner. Now, James Gardner always keeps it classy and simple, and yes, he did so on the night with a simple white long sleeve shirt, well-tailored blue-black trousers, some fashion lenses, and well-polished black classy men's shoes. Yeah, baby, it was looking like a snack. Moving on, let's take a look at what Angela Bamford wore on the night. She rocked a black dress with diamond necklace that brought the whole outfit together. She accompanied it with a red bag and cream lace-up sandal heels. Her makeup was light on the eyes and loud on the lips. Now ladies, take note. If it is loud on the eyes, you have to go soft on the lips. Loud on the lips, soft on the eyes. Just a little fashion tip. Finally, last but not the least, let's look at what Majid Michel wore on the night. He wore a blue-black tie-length kaftan with 4 pockets and a short sleeve. He accompanied the whole look with some dark shades and classy dress-up men's shoes. Yes, my lovely people, that's how there was a splash of colors at the event. Now, before I leave you, here's a fun fact. The simpler the outfit, the better. Ponder on that. This has been Vogue on Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Arabna Everett. I'll be back same time next time. Bye. Over to Brantipa.
Thanks, Everett, for Vogue. And of course, as the show goes on this year, you are going to see more of these lifestyle and fashion. Maybe on MBI, I know I am careful because in the camera, nature would be let's just say, 3 music awards. The nominees have been unveiled. It's the 6th edition, 5th edition actually. So I'm very, very much excited because the launch.
Library, ICT, modern one, beautiful but more modern pan on time, the Sabisabia, the grow to that Masma, every young Cassian population. Now, dear Martina, you would me them in Japanese.
I don't think there's any instrument around that can measure my joy. Very happy, so excited that the people of Achiaman will also have a place to go to. You see, when you take Amasaman out, you have to travel all the way to Kojo Ashom before you can access a healthcare center, or you go back to Obeyeye, which is quite a distance. So if we have one here, I'm happy, and I know that the people of Achiaman will also have their fair share of the national cake.
So it is actually a 30-bed capacity, which we hope to be a one-stop shop, which will house a lab, pharmacy, the various wards and all. So we are very excited to have this new facility to help provide care for the young ones in this community.
One of the fastest growing area in the Dramaso district. It's a Osha baby, Chapa, make us a boost. Now, maybe a children never be able to have a baby, my menamoti, Yamba, a Tony Yamana, not as a one and so catcher. In so far, not a ceremony. The Dankoma Kodafo, if they are Nina, never be an omania, Sa a jaibi. It's too many shank, crack, a sesokra, a bini honor. I say, I said,
koda na na se kese ya de ma kodfu wetu waka ka won sa de wa aboa ikekrom zongo community center wo de wesi wada na ya de wona se bebre.
That runs through that section, that is the Nafa River, all right? And you can see that there was a road that links to the N1, but because there was no, that bus covered, people have to go through the main Malam interchange before you enter Malam. And that was also creating a lot of traffic under the interchange. So with this bridge, or this culvert, has really solved the problem of the traffic situation under the bridge. And then also now the people can easily just commute from one side of the community to the other. With the support of CODA and the construction, we have about 4 bus culverts that has been constructed over there, and that has really solved the problem in that very enclave. And now the people can easily just, from your way from La Paz, you get to Waterwest, you turn, and then you are in the municipality, which has really brought a big relief to my people.
I want to sincerely thank the Coastal Development Authority for the good work done. We are having a rough pitch, which can lead to easy injury. Many times when you are being injured, you get, when you fall on the floor, you can get a scratch on our body. So this astroturf will even minimize the injury. So we thank you for giving us this pitch, and we wish we introduce more pitches to other places where they don't have the chance to play on this pitch.
Okay, so we also have a photo gallery which will be running so that you get to know what is actually happening
and in subsequent presentation.
Because when we talk about 1,473 projects, that is no joke. And I would like us all to give CODA a round of applause because they've really done it. Some of these projects, you see them in the communities and think maybe they are old projects. But I mean, within this short period of time, if they are able to achieve all that and intend to do more. One thing I also found exciting was the fact that they are collaborating with Kantanka so that they will get shredders for us to handle this nuisance of plastic waste situation that we have on our beaches. We preach tourism, but with this kind of initiative, I believe it will really boost our tourism drive as a country. And as you can see, a lot of infrastructure on display to the benefit of many communities across 6 regions. So I would like to thank the CEO for that brilliant presentation and come to you, ladies and gentlemen, to take your questions. But before then, let us go through the pictures so that as you've gathered here, you will help us spread the good work because they've done so much and it's very, very impressive. Okay, so let's keep the pictures coming, after which we will go for the Q&A and go to Mr. Jerry Ahmed Shaibu for his response. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we will take 3 sets of questions. So for each round, we will take 5 questions until we exhaust all the questions. And if you don't have any questions, it means they've done a good job and you've really taken the presentation in good faith. So I can see 3 hands from here. So I'll take 1, 2, 3. If we can take 2 more for this round, okay, 4 at the back Okay, so your name, media house, and then proceed with the question.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Arthur Mensah from Ghana News Agency. I want to commend Koda for doing a fantastic job.
Please, can you speak up?
Yes, I said I want to commend Koda for doing a fantastic job. I have a few questions for them. First question.
Let's stick to maximum 2 questions.
Oh.
If we have time, then we come back to you.
Okay. He mentioned that since 2018, Koda has awarded 1,473 projects, and currently 129 are at various stages of completion. I say it's very interesting because look at this number of contracts they have awarded and the margin they are in various stages of completion. I want to find out whether maybe because of funding issue, because I think they should have done better with that. And it also provide timelines with regards to such projects, if he can be kind to us to provide timelines. Then with the IPEP, that is Infrastructure for Poverty Eradication Programs, and that will be mostly known as $1 million per constituency. I want to find out whether government is able to fulfill his promise of providing that $1 million per constituency since it started. Then my third question is this Koda electric cars issue. I want to find, because when they started implementation, some of the drivers were complaining that it is like joining those long traffic queues. So there was agitation. I want to find out how they have managed to address such issues. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. So behind you, we'll take the second question from.
Can I?
Okay, Nana, please go ahead.
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Shaibu. I want to find out from you, from what you have done so far, job creation that has emanated from your efforts, both permanent and temporary. How many jobs have been created in terms of all these projects you have rolled out? And then my second question, in undertaking some of these projects, you need funding. Who has been funding you? Is it donor support, government support, or what? Where are you getting your funding from to undertake all these projects so far? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. We'll take the third question.
Salam Babiji, the finder. You talked about 1,400 and something projects which you've undertaken, but there was no cost component to the presentation. You didn't give us how much the project cost. You didn't give us a regional breakdown of project cost, nothing of the nature. So can we have the cost, the funding for these projects? How much did it cost the taxpayer? Thank you.
Okay, so let's take the fourth at the back.
Good morning, CEO. That was an insightful presentation. My name is Bradford Donko, and I report for the Daily Statesman. I believe that we cannot talk about coastal development without making emphasis on some of the challenges posed by the coast. So I would like you to kind of send a message of admonition to the inhabitants of this coastal community so far as the protection of their lives, that is in respect to tidal waves. We can even cite the Keta tidal waves as an instance. So what admonition do you have for the inhabitants of those communities to ensure that such issues or challenges doesn't occur? Thank you.
Thank you. So we can take one more question for this round, but if there are no questions, I'll yield the podium to Mr. Jerry Ahmed Shai to give his answer.
Thank you very much for your questions. I think the first question has to do with out of the several projects, which is about 1,400 and something, why have we only completed about 129? I'm sure that's it. So I indicated in my presentation that our major bane has been COVID. When we started, we actually had the warrant, which is the commencement certificate to initiate projects in 2019. That was sometime in September 2019. Just around the time, you would have to go through processes which include procurement. So that in itself, you would have to wait to ensure that you are giving the projects to contractors that have capacity. And like I also indicated from the beginning, it's a new authority. We actually just started in 2018, got people who, most of my directors are directors from other institutions that had to join us and are doing very well. So all of this had to be processes we had to go through. just when we finished with issues of procurement, then COVID roared its ugly head, and you know what that means. We were asked to stay home, and I've always believed in that saying of the president, and that you can always bring back the economy. But I'm sure that if you had died during COVID, you wouldn't, or if I had died, I wouldn't have been here to answer your questions. So that delayed the process for close to a year. In fact, we got contractors going back to do some of these jobs, and you also know there are issues. There were changes in prices of products, and there were other issues that came up. So these were all issues we had to deal with now to get to this level. By God's grace, things have been streamlined, and we've all gone back to work. Most of these projects are at very high stages of completion, and we are still praying that the contractors will be up to the task and they will deliver on time. Thank you. The issue on IPEP, whether or not the $1 million per constituency, yes, that's what it is really. All the monies that we are using to pay for these projects are cutting across the respective constituencies, which is the 109 constituencies. At the time we got the warrant, if it wasn't close to $1 million, because we got a warrant which was from the Ministry of Finance, which was about close to 680 million cedis. So if you are able to execute your project within the time, you are paid on time. Even if there are delays, at least the money is there for you to be paid. But the trick is that our money is not like it's not a statutory fund. It's not like the District Assembly's common fund, where the money is stationed there. Our money expires at the end of the year. And it is not money that has been given to us. It is money that is saying that this money is there. Do your project, go through the processes, and come for it. And that has been the system. So government is fully prosecuting its $1 million per constituency agenda. The source of funding, yes, there are two sources of funding. There is the government of Ghana and then the ABFA, which is annual budget fund allocation. And all is really coming from government. And yes, if we are open to private partnerships. So if, for instance, you know a very solid partner that wants to also support us by providing us some funds, it doesn't necessarily have to be funds. So, for instance, with the Clean Beach campaign, if you can provide us with either shredders or the trappings, we are very minded to take them and to help execute our jobs. So that is also the case. So regional breakdown, it's quite a difficult question, and I'll tell you why. I can give you the cost specification of a project. So if I'm able to tell you that in Western region we've done 10 projects and they are from the health sector. So for instance, we are doing a CHIPS compound of at the tune of about 770,000. So if we have 10 of this CHIPS compound, then you multiply that by 770. But what we have expended so far is close to 162 million Ghana cedis, as in projects and interim payment certificates that have been raised. We are still paying contractors. Sometimes the process is a bit cumbersome, but God is king, we'll get there. Message of admonition. I think that it's high time people begin to think that one of the best places to make money is the beach. Koda intends to have what we call the Koda Sea Bus. The Sea Bus, Madam Minister, is to run from, say, Axim to Deno. If the sea bus is running and it gets to various destinations and the place is very clean, you know what it means. It's going to provide jobs, it's going to promote tourism, it's going to do a lot of things. Same way, we also intend to have at least 4 beach stadia across the zone. So in Kita, in Laboma, at Laboma, and in the central region, Dutch Commander, and then around Elembele. If you are able to have this beach stadia, beach stadia and beach soccer is one of the finest games right now in the sports fraternity. If properly we are able to harness all these talents from these zones, what it means is that there's going to be a lot of foreign exchange, there's going to be a lot of employment, there's going to be a lot of tourism, there is going to be a lot of clean environment, and people will not be bored because there will always be something for them to do. people will not go around because I come from Choco. I know what it means. You do open defecation. Well, you more jiake. Can you more draw? You must mona when you were feeling MFA. Okay, if you are in a sunny in Shona, yo, sorry. If you are in a sunny Shona, yo, taflache, kaya no assumption, Jame. Kaya chebol or free. Kaya do moeko no kaga or weko muji. Woe bunny. In Greater Accra Regional Minister, I get clean your frontage. It's part of the process. None of your bluff call like a complimentary. Can watch ma of me or Banyokwe, what's a Ghana. Can ensure na fe, fali, a fake Benissa Hamboe. Bo Banyo Trouble, Jemmy. Obanyo go, Ochia, you are Tajeme. Allo Jenaga. Obanyoke, Onyan, you are Hagbasani, Jemmy. Obanyo concho, Dopul and Jova, Tajemani Bomini, Ohelekoyo, or Panyafai. Yapamuna, say, Mom Mayanshe. Your beaches clean. Thank you very much. Yes, job creation. My office alone, since the establishment of CUDA, we have employed about 100 people. That is to start. So several homes have been taken care of. Beyond that, I've given you an indication. For instance, if you go to an Afro market, the contractor who is working at an Afro market, or if you went to the Apimenim, where we are building an accident and trauma center, which is a very solid project. What it seeks to do is to provide jobs to all those artisans. Those who are selling cement and nails and all those things that you need for construction. These are indirect ways of also providing those people jobs. So this is what we think we are doing. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll take the last but one set of questions. If you have any question, kindly show by hand your name and media house. Okay, I think the presentation went very well. There are no questions. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for attending today's press briefing. And Mr. Jerry Ahmed Shaib and his deputies and directors from CODA, thanks for joining us this morning. And we hope that you will come back again and we continue to give Ghanaians. That would be great. So thank you all for joining us. Good morning.
Was nice. I was unable to attend, but I've seen some visuals and all. The way they put the event together. In fact, Sadiq Nini team there, when it comes to some of these things, which means or Shahoni Patra, Sano Mokoshe, Shy Hill, so say, then they're yes, But once again, I'm welcoming you because I'm welcoming you as the PRO for the Three Music Awards.
Thank you very much.
More walk us through the process, how the board came out with the list of nominees and all that.
Okay, so unlike what other people are used to know, your scheme, no, and to follow and submit your entries. No, we have a research team. More compiling within the calendar year. The calendar year are operating on 1st November 2020 to 31st October 2021. Within this period, thousands of them you gather then at board level now you sorting out based on category definition and the science and the data. We put it together and then we come about list now you're releasing as saying.
So more many information some more kushia
yes.
And I'm here USA board no say how many people are on the board?
12 sessions of board sitting. meet me more figure because based on categories, or technical people who join us.
Because I saw a lot of the gospel faces.
Yes, a gospel for no me sir. Frankie 5, Nino, Obinati. Yes, these 3.
Okay.
Yes. And so you find say bear on a regular, bear 15. But then, based on definition, category I ever deal with a particular setting, we call in technical people to join us. And you know, 12 sessions of board meetings, and then we had to finalize. A lot of pictures and visuals across social media, and so that was the final sitting. The finishing touches, then we plan for the release, which happened last Friday at Telandi Tea Garden Wall, Accra, Hanum Singh.
Okay, so this year, have there been any additions to the categories? Are there new things? More EBF frame?
Yes. The Etienne said the first thing I'm going to talk about the African Song of the Year. African Artist of the Year. We decided to see a best son because we have quite a couple of songs. Are singles, but then a dominating Ghana has a pa. But if an artist no boss no might not be that huge as the West Kids and the Diamond Platinums or more fairly old to any other big, and you narrow it down to the song. The song. Sene be nipa no boss a particular nyom na a rage wahani bit to me award this nipa no. Ye scaling it up to artists na Emma ban a raisy ebi ana nipa ni activities ebi a show bi our bow baby. But if you find obi a young artist that on to me accomplishes our way, but why ye juma pana you might not be able to reward the panacea the lieutenant artist level all the time now. So this time we are switching now African Song of the Year. Another one so Rebecca a Afrobeat artist. Can Afrobeat song pe ewo honum. And I dream says the artist Rebecca because Sajan you and I will agree says saying Guinea grounds pa ewo honum say I mean, people aside just the song, there are lots of activities and for a year they activate or more brand visibility around it's through sa genre of music now so there was the need for us to also put up sa Afrobeat Artist of the Year category. And so these are mainly the two things. But I could be a friend enabler of the year. And then I just say backroom for they push and drive the music business, we reward them in the coming days. They don't want to send Bituja on its own.
Okay, right. So the main event in Edabay.
26th March.
26th March.
I will Grand Arena. I drew next month. You're couple suits. You're ready now. But black tie bina.
It's a black tie.
No, it's not a black tie.
Nankamu who me was here.
It's not a black tie.
So it's not a black.
It's not a black.
You don't have any dress code.
No, but you need to look. It's a 3 music. What I say. So camera is not a catchy baby, and you need to look good. I mean, the African print not bad. Sadiq, for instance, they be all Chanel allergy. Everybody they all will be private supporting.
Perhaps the first question I should have asked: how does it feel being the PRO for such an award scheme?
I mean, mixed feeling because jobs, it's expected if we be an eba. But then again, industry, we know how I maneuver about. I can't proceed without thanking this platform because say obi survive and also survive bit me akasa fan a brand and maintain a brand no public eye anymore. Ebia not team in Council Wahana a money a senior GP say oh Vida can do this and see met that platform because I was on here virtually every week. So thank you guys, Madam Wasepa. But it feels good. I mean, this is the first time my butter scheme. I've always been on the other side criticizing and analyzing, but this is the time.
To say you have to do defense.
Oh, in your defense. No, that's the difference. You get it. I mean, me with all the honesty. it deserve it because Semanjia, a homani ba me ame corner so. So I'm being brutally honest with Ejuma and me. The work one ma come on actual, then we move. So I mean, a mixed feeling, a challenging, and I love that. Me and say many a drink I I mean, I love the challenge.
David Mauli, Mauli, new views on the nominees, you know. Of course, I think like 30 or how many? I don't know if I
think 25.
25. Okay.
Yeah,
of course.
So
Yes,
this year, this year they took some out.
Okay.
Because I want the alternative album and African song.
So, let's do 2 categories that you want to talk on.
Before I talk about 2 categories, I want you to spare me like 5 minutes
to do it.
To talk about something on the 3 music, and then I'm breaking it on this platform, and it's going to be only this platform.
What do you want to say about 3 music?
And it's going to be only your platform.
You used to be part of the research team.
Last week, I'm a friend from me.
So you used to be part of the research team.
My name breaking news. Breaking news.
Okay, so sorry if Sadiq, if you are watching me, I'm sorry, but I have to do this here. I have to do this here. I feel I've been trying to reach Sadiq and all that, but it's not going through. Sadiq and I'm chasing the crowd last year for Obi I'm chasing now for even interview Keke. It's been one of the biggest issues I mean having.
Music headquarters.
Meaning Makoho.
So why don't you go there?
Yeah. So Nancy and I move.
We have 10 minutes for this.
So I would like to break it here. Sir. I'm stepping down from the research team. Honestly, this year I didn't participate in the research work. I've been on the research team as the head of research for 4 years. I started the research with 3 Music. I led them through from beginning to last year. But I felt that a little respect for me should have been good. When they are making some certain decisions, they do not include me in the idea. So last year, I'm here, I'm on Yamano, I'm stop and I decided not to do it. But
if
from
you
going
say
forward,
respect it because you also
don't interview me. Don't interview me.
Oh no, I'm just saying. I mean, the viewer would be asking.
Yeah.
And then Kwani David Maulia or say.
So I'm just making it. I'm making it clear here that after me free opera. So there's
how were you disrespected?
Okay, so it's not a kind. I never be an openly about Beckham, but you are lucky to have content on your show, so you should be happy. And appear.
Oh no, you are not being fair to the viewer.
Yes,
because no,
I've said something. That's enough, and it's coming from
I'm saying you could have just said you are not part of the team again.
Yes,
for some reason. But once you say that, you were disrespected.
So why do you want to go deep? What else do you want to know? What else do you want to know?
How did they disrespect you?
Why do you want to know it?
Because you have said that they disrespected you and want to see.
So I feel
want to know.
I feel I will not blame I will not blame especially Sadiq entirely for what happened between me and 3 Music. But I feel okay. Last year he was extremely busy.
Maybe. You are mentioning no. Hold on. No. You have mentioned Sadiq. You have mentioned 3 Music. So which of these entities disrespected you?
3 Music, and you know Sadiq is the founder. So if anything, I pointed to him. What I say, I know say Bibiania, so Nuna. I say Ghana or Mampeni and wine. So be as or Kufadu dinebo. What I say, even though ministry could dear music, I must say Kufadu. It Bibiania definitely only needing a bed. But the head of the family, no, the head of the house, no, and I feel say, me person me blame no too much, and I have already made it clear.
Okay, so point well made. You are not part of 3 Music research team because they disrespected you and don't want to say what you mean by disrespect. Can we move on to the nominees?
Yes, we can move on to the
Thank
nominees.
You. So let's talk about it.
So the nominees, I'm okay with. I think most of the nominations. But my problem is with the African Artist of the Year.
African song.
Sorry, not even African Song of the Artist of the Year. Overall Artist of the Year.
Okay.
So I see Celestine Donko there instead of Diana Hamilton, and I do not understand why Celeste Donko is there, and Diana Hamilton last year or dropped one of the biggest like songs that cut across, and not just gospel. Radio Yo said that track, it's one of the biggest or minimum song that Celeste Donko is going to pick or they be picture against Diana Hamilton. But I feel three music is like that. They always want to have like some balance. I'm on person say where are you waiting to say oh no Saba. I like the fact that three music I did back what three music are good and they say they try to balance, okay? One say if you look at VGM, okay, omono pimping to pay why hit you found but three music try to give opportunities to other artists who are less recognized, or less alternative categories. Really? Some artists be without even 10K views, they are inside the alternative category in the three music award. I'm telling you, and it is true what I say. And I feel that it's okay, and I do not have any issue. But my only issue is that it should be in. And also, if you move to the African Song of the Year, I feel Stonebwoy should be in there. Even though maybe I know you're Ghanaian, but only activate track, no, maybe activate track. This is. Maybe take your time. You let me land.
Oh no. How will you land? African Artist of the Year.
Artist of the Song of the Year. A song. Oh, they are not talking of artists.
You say Stonebwoy should have been there.
Exactly.
But this is.
Wait for me. I have worked there before you. You
never be.
No, mommy, not there.
Please.
Why are you doing? If you're now you're wrong, so what should I do? Should I slap you?
Go on.
Yeah, I can slap you on this show. Me, I can slap you. And I don't care. What me phone shut away or didn't necessarily. This was physical. I will slap you.
Me say a few.
So listen to me. No, so listen to me. So African Song of the Year is for they are targeting the like Africans. What I say, especially those outside Ghana. I'm here like Africans. What I say, cool. I don't have any issue with it. But the song that they nominated, Activate, they brought it in the best collaboration of the year. Okay, but per their naming of the song, they called it Stonebwoy and Davido. Okay, it's not featuring. Okay, so there's a difference between you featuring someone and you partnering with someone. Okay, so Stonebwoy and Davido means that when I'm presenting, I'm split sheet now. Wage 50 and this one takes 50. But Stonebwoy featuring Davido means that when they present their split sheet, this person is going to take either 70 and the other person is going to take 80. And that song is one of the biggest songs in Africa. So I feel that at least now it's a push African Song of the Year. Because since it is 50-50 song, then belonging to only Stonebwoy. Stonebwoy doesn't have like 100% control over the song. Then it means he is still qualified because Davido is not a Ghanaian.
Okay, hold
on. Start with.
PRO.
Let me.
So what's the young category?
I want or say artist of the year no and was Senka Diana Hamilton in place of Celestine.
Yeah.
Let me just say yen reserve sports beer for gospel. Now for say beer gospel ni we why was say me gospel we na me gospel from
No, when I described that I said it cut across. I didn't mention that it cut across. I didn't even say it's gospel.
Listen.
Did I say that or not?
Listen.
Let me say it cuts. It cuts across. I didn't even say it's gospel. What I said?
Please. Let's have a very
so I also have the right to interject. One kasa. What can I say?
Hold on.
You can continue.
So
now the floor is yours.
Okay, Ryder, hold on. Are you saying Celestine shouldn't have been there?
I'm saying the better.
Oh, it's a yes or no. Don't.
She shouldn't have been there. Maybe Phyllis said. Okay. Per my opinion, I feel that this person, Diana Hamilton, deserves the spot
instead of Celestine.
Exactly.
That is exactly what she is answering.
No, or can say you deserve your first spot be my gospel, and I'm not talking about
gospel.
So in my submission, I made mention that I'm coming. In my submission, I made mention that even the song that Diana Hamilton released cut across. It was competing with secular songs.
So you are repeating
it can't say gospel.
Okay, Matthias.
No, maybe person me putting on there. He said, and yet I'm not talking about gospel.
She's not saying that's what
exactly.
you have said. She's making her point.
Abrantipa, there are thousands of people watching us.
Yes.
You know, education and opinions are one and I may address it. I need people to understand a bit clarity because this is an award 5 years. The baby Amafo is used to a system no. And I need to explain for clarity now. What I'm saying is that the reserve sport for gospel ni or artist of the year. Juma and a bekasa at the amount. There is a category definition a binding and on a ginaso a man for a sports na ekotao. We'll say 3 music ye balance ye far up and coming artist near mom. Celestine Donko ye up and coming artist and our mom. Oh God. We'll start to blogging Juma how many years ni? Or ye up and coming? Is he an up and is she an up and coming artist? And for you to say balance it because we don't have any personal reasons. I didn't go for it is binding. Show definition and the honor pepe. Nipa I releasing the recording the activities around it or the building or the building visibility and everything is in there. O see ye wonkophobia omunya 10k views impo ewo YouTube near form masa enye YouTube views ene ye short list you and senka yentina yemba meeting no now we have your data.
The data is from
and no it say the wako bank no ye trust obeka amount in figures amount in words ye definition no and the amount, ye data no, and no definition of the amount in plain language for you to understand. And here say better actually say your score skill ye my way of 10/10, ye my way 100, to make it easy for BRB and ye the definition about say a binding. Into the person who say we score 100/100 and now we score 90. No, there is a definition there in plain language for you to
so
read and understand.
Your science and data no is
every research team no which he claims say I feel on kahun biem na you are trying to throw that say
so the data and the science that backs your nominations more free hen
available
from a hen
and me person me call much into details because yes ana na wait to her senior abasa
yo
or no now I research team member he would tell you said there are a lot parameters yeshe answer na I short listen because a category back over everyone nipa eda hokra bro 40 he should know we are researching it to be a category back over I want nipa 40 20 and go back man
the bit about say research team no dey list be banama bogu can it happen
same year a share definition no enye obi ana ho odin na eyepe ayemfu chinye ebi di DBH in terms of a new na release within that year and they obiti many hundreds in one category but I was a short list in here then a bemen na board net last year if I we oh we on qualify we or qualify wa young kati ye penipa 7 for each category into no be a when you say na baby I fall short no that's how we make it the cut now and don't just say your works are no good silently no na you then and the rest who qualify no almost see it through.
Okay, Mauli, I'm into you. On the Davido Stonebwoy thing, if we can do that 1 minute. I see Oshe and you know the title now, Stonebwoy and Davido. And so
title not share on YouTube. And I have
Mauli, we share
what be your category no be our phone.
There be o title
no YouTube be your phone.
Is this and also
because our collaboration of the year.
So just
our collaboration
because YouTube na your primary.
I find YouTube GhanaWeb Sukra na me and GhanaWeb.com.
So you say omo release works and say a feature.
Best collaboration of
let's say
and you're releasing Nigeria providing information.
I'm also providing information.
No,
you want information?
No,
YouTube. And I'm just saying
YouTube. You are not the one who released the song. What she's saying is that those who release the song say featuring and not a
because I want to honor
the same person sitting here says that the same person sitting here, you see, said maybe we have to do back and forth over 3 music. I should be maybe make one me defending 3 music now. But see, so also we educate people be clear. Okay, my microphone take message na see because one we no to say 3 music mon pick mon submission. So mo ya den ko friend artist na mo from mu
mami
artist na mo from mu nyina mo select mo nyina mo from bi ase on country say
listen
Abrantepa why ati ase wa uti as a host
listen yen taking entries from artists and no interest say yen your checks on our own what am I saying because when you where da we see high life, we see Afrobeat. That is why we are fair experts. Mom be decipher chain. So we that say we horns we waha. This not even about. There is a need to check because ye need bibia. Listen. Ye need bibia. We can't know everything. What am I saying? And it is again first Stone Boy directly. Na ye need bibia. Ye be far. Ye be who said this is a feature. What stops us from doing that?
I
cannot to me review, but I'm telling you, say for Momaka camp, no.
Okay.
This is a feature.
A feature.
And YouTube. No, come on. I cannot sit there and say because free way I'm free way I'm free.
It's cool. Let's move on.
No, I just want to clear the misinterpretation now of the man about say there's a spot for gospel artists.
I'll just the nominees have been out for almost a week now. What is a Stone Boy appear because of collaboration?
So viewers, what Mauli never said. He never said that there is a spot reserved for gospel musicians in the Artist of the Year. Thank you very much.
Can we
move on?
And also, more person the nomination process as here, you should come to me.
Please, you are not an authority now. I beg you.
No, but
no. You cannot. No. You cannot tell us that if you want to understand the nomination process. We are not.
It starts with me.
It starts with
capacity as what?
In what capacity?
Say a former.
Why should we go to a former who is ready to throw dirt on the scheme?
Then the people who came out recently can say Facebook is using data to manipulate kids new way. Then they shouldn't. Former employees. Then nobody should interview them.
I'm saying.
In what capacity?
You can have your say, but
Wall Street Journal.
You can have your say, but
in what capacity are they talking about?
Cool down.
What I say?
Cool down.
No. Abrantepa, say you. What you want?
We need.
Educate your people. This bloggers
forum. We need to wrap up. Take your time. Please. Discerning people are watching. Discerning people are watching. Calm down.
No,
hold on.
Okay.
It is in a
information.
Then we'll close. Then whatever you want to say, then you don't say it. I'm saying, if that is why we have the PRO here, you used to work with them.
Yeah.
You are not here in your capacity as a former research person. The only thing I obey you, your research thing that you have done for them, no, and they say yes, you have a certain knowledge that we would need that you would fix you would use in your explanation or your argument. That's okay, but you cannot say Chinchina, we should take something from you.
No, but Mitchell say working there, this is what I went through. It's very bad. It's very bad. The only thing that changes category. The process remains the same, and I can pull out the same document. Process. I can pull it out right now for you.
Are you saying that?
No. I'm shocked. Say, a whole qualified journalist like me.
It doesn't matter. For years. It doesn't.
We sat in the same company. Now Juma me know. Juma for years. Now me knew. Strength and what you can do. Not to show way. So not here. Says a cheesy pizza, abemo pizza. Who did pizza diet? Now supported 3 music.
Okay, I guess we would have to.
Let me just say, research team no. Omontina board sittings omonka. When Juma AC say what they will listen about. Into their course or boardroom sessions no. Wouldn't you do not know.
That's why I asked initially,
yes.
or research team need the bar multimakers you know, we say in your board.
No, you're based on a Juma or Modia, yeah, be free more. But on board meeting, BMUDA. So you can't, Massa. What's not to
let me try board meeting.
Massa.
Only time I started, only baby I started 3 minutes. Only baby I mention location point I started 3 minutes. Board music, board. Now, presentation.
He didn't say he
was a board member. When you submit, meba, say you submit your nominees list we are. Your presentation. After the presentation, board can invite you anytime to come and defend a certain category.
But you don't see
I'm coming. Oh, it is part of it. And I can't board meeting.
Do you sit throughout
and you sit throughout, but at least I have a role to play in the board.
Okay. The relevance of what
you're saying. When I'm obi from you, some brand shows mama.
It doesn't
now when I'm free, and I will defend it because I am not
okay, Mauli, you're out of order. All right, so quickly, under 1 minute, which I'm told we need to wrap up. Which category would you say
no, African song, let me address or see if activating show. So what's your definition? Now you see the most outstanding and dominant non-Ghanaian African song.
What in
this definition? As a former research,
no Ghanaian song. Davido is not Ghanaian.
It's not his song.
No, how did you know that it's not his song?
It's not his song.
Per what I see here, and per what is on your own.
So you are telling me to activate the video?
No, educate the people well. So person educate people. Who you are one person. Police. Wow, nomination list for Brasis here. How did you name the collaboration of the year between Stonebwoy and Davido?
I am telling you that the song is for Stonebwoy.
No, you are not pulling fact. I'm bringing fact. Bring fact.
What is your fact?
Bring yours. Bring your
nomination. What is your fact?
Bring your nomination from the board. Bring nomination from the board. Bring it. Bring it and let me show you something. Mami chose a buyer tomorrow on the next
YouTube labeling. It's not YouTube labeling.
Yeah, it's not everything. Like one admit say and you information
can we
so there are some things that I know.
Okay, Mati.
It could be an oversight.
Point well noted.
If you admit, you will die.
Mauli, which of the categories any which category is the category where they got it right?
So I think Charlie, Nanka breakthrough artist though, but Madam be fly.
Madam,
what is this guy saying?
Madam,
for real.
Me person
So what? You are against the nomination?
No,
you think she doesn't deserve a nomination?
Say what?
No, you think she doesn't deserve a nomination?
No, I didn't say that. Please.
Okay. So which category?
Airtight.
Diabolics and
no. So I'm right now. I'm weighing between two. I'm happy. Say at least. You see, one thing I like about 3 minutes. Near time I can say.
No. We are working with time.
So you wait. No. How many minutes?
Mauli.
How many minutes are you giving me?
2 minutes. We need to
2 minutes. For time to so may come answer. 2 minutes.
No, it's.
You put your timer on it. Oh.
You need to answer no, it's not about what you want to say. We are having a discussion.
And so let me finish my own. You are still wasting time. Brother,
40 seconds gone.
Oh, not 40 seconds. Because me takes our time. You are me. Oh, groomer. So one thing I like about 3 music, Abochi, VGM is I'm not dogging the sound. About prison break crowd. Now at least VGM is some more recognizing. But because as we should they need like that huge social media followers near there. So 3 music did very well. Say at least I'm audio beat to Abochi on your be a minimum. But I feel say support I say yeah the artist to say Abochi. Prison Break was one of the biggest songs I'm releasing last year. Last 2 years was release. Last year we're releasing new one.
My best year.
Yeah, my best year.
My best year.
No, best year trim.
Yeah.
Wait, Lily, I forgot the title.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the guy is doing well. So I feel say the most competitive one say vote vote 70%, 100% there. And your man for home because it's legal for better vote.
All right, so if you want the list of categories, log on to www.ghanaweb.com. You'll get all the nominees for the various categories, and then you vote for your favorite. Voting has started, right? Has started. Okay.
See, what I would like to conclude is say, me per se, oman for suma omani eba women's branch. So we have a subset of the awards specifically to celebrate women in the space.
Okay.
So 2 of the awards will be going out that day, the women's branch. That is the Woman of the Year and the Emerging Woman of the Year. And remember, it's 2 special women with awards. I know ever cost to set match now. International Women's Day on TV. Now we have a special program coming up. Be training 10 local video directors.
Okay.
There will be an open call on all our socials. On all our socials. You know, we a music video director now. We are training and apply. Utiye year nipa 10 na ye select your mobile account. Ye be more be a certificate. I face nipa 10 no super back together to shoot a music video for a big star. Ewo Ghana has say. On Three Music, we are big on visuals, quality visuals. We share channel no cry. The quality videos you will head show essentially. So we are big on it. You know, you pursue training on man for. For your non can shoot. Training for. So they can also be useful to the artists. Into your man form into many ways. Now the main event in the 26th March. Ticket details will be available now for switching and supporting. All
right, that's Vida Duchuma Boatin. Vida is the spokesperson for Three Music Awards. You also heard the views of David Mowley. David is with Ghana4.com. The show was sponsored by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has all you want from juicy smoothies, jollof, fried rice, spag, and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday. With only 49 cedis, you get 1 small pizza, fries and chicken, 1 cola drink at all branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesdays at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get 1 free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. And also remember to start your weekend with special jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza branches every Friday. Call 026-4133-397 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your pizza your way. Thank you so much for watching this edition of Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV and Xylophone TV. My name is Benefo Boabin Abrantipa. I'll be back some other time with yet another insightful edition of the show.
Communications Director Edema the New Patriotic Party ya Boabing Asamoah and on also Adi Moye Papa Edia Bre Kennedy or Hini Japan. Nina ne said and sent mu Emracha say Kennedy a man woman so an ample chain and no such trapia. Eddie see a Sarah Josafo and not just say Boabing Asamoah Ebeka Sakwa says Kennedy near all ye in some summer MPP for Mukan Kukwem no and I asked Ray Eddie Beba Bontin Takwa say and ye and we China Kennedy Ebejina Montina which Musa share. Now ya Boabia Samoye kasa onso kasa bi ene ode be man ye pansa friends on ko ye waste esan sense money aye koso e wo eye MPP amanyo konmi na ye ono ya Boabia Samoa no e na cheso otaye chire eno e na ya Boabia Samoa so chire mu sa okay ene Kennedy koso na ya kwakwa se wiase nyina King Solomon na kita nyansa wo wiase nyina no ne de obom pa ye se eye sa nyansa kokko na esi wapampem no obom pa ye se empire ti se na e pae e wo ananse kokko ananse itisu no so ko ye happy FM so eh pa ho ada main show no so and all this answer for we nyina ekokoto dwa. Asen Central Mrashe Bedwani Kennedy Japan edi aba betu ya na enti achese ono ya on pese obekoye ne mpeso asokra otwema niema mienu na ma no chese on pese ya obekọ ne constituency otwema ba ko eye traffic esansa ne kwan no enya atete apansam nti okọ enya traffic enya asem keto akra afensu ni fie kakraka wasi wo eye ne important one enya odu won ma bekọ na nipa se twom o ma bebo se bede na obi na honorable obewie na chese ni sike nyina asa e woni botom eno na chese okọ na etu no ankasa ni TV station so ena no this antwe mu nyina eba na otwa mu se eye NDC for mo no mo Central Region mo eno mama ne dwumadi nyina aye basa esan so mo ba so no mo bia ni won mo bebo ampeso ne so nti amasisi ano enema mu aye den amani ye pa e na etu no this ansem for we nyina etu dwa.
I'm a choir master. I do choir rehearsals every Sunday afternoon. For me, I'm quite innovative. I use Now Today. That one helps with your breath control. Now Today for a year. And now they want to bring washrooms on the highway. How pressed are you that you'd want to stop on the highway and then you'll be there, you hear yes, nice. A friend to help me kill my depression suggested that looking at the bottoms of women would probably calm me down, and it did calm me down. So
how did it calm me down?
Good afternoon, Father. Thank you very much, and Happy New Year.
Really happy.
I hope you are doing well.
Very fine.
Thank God.
Thank you for coming. I'm very grateful.
We are grateful.
To have you today.
Thank you also for allowing us to come.
I'm very, very honored and grateful to you. So thank you. See you most welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Father. I'm grateful. We hope to have a nice conversation today. All right. Thank you. Welcome to the all-new season of The Untold here on GhanaWeb TV with me, Eche Atisu. And what a way to kick off this season as we speak to no mean of a personality than Reverend Father Andrew Campbell, the man known as the Leper's Priest. He tells us a story of how he found his way to this West African country and all the beautiful stories 50 plus years here in these beautiful countries. What is a story? Do you know about all of it? We have it all right here on The Untold here on GhanaWeb TV. We'll bring you all of the details right after this. We begin our story with a man who introduces himself as Dr. Joyce Aye's twin, even though they were born in opposite sides of the world.
My name is Father Andrew Patrick Joseph Nilante Campbell. I was born on the 27th of March 1946. It was a Wednesday. And just by coincidence, Reverend Dr. Joyce Aye, she was born also on the 27th of March 1946. So we see each other as twins, except she was born at 8 o'clock in the morning and I was born at 5:30 in the evening, so she's older than me.
From far back in Ireland, Reverend Father Andrew Campbell speaks of the family he was privileged to be born into and why leaving them was the hardest decision.
I was born into a very, very happy family. I had a brother, Martin, but he died when he was a baby. I have 2 sisters, but one was killed in an accident just 3 months after I came to Ghana. Yesterday was her anniversary, which was 50 years anniversary, yes, of her death. And she was a year older than I. So she died on the 11th of January, 1971. And then I have another sister who's younger than I, just 1 year younger than me. She's at home with our 2 daughters who are married also with children. So there were 4 of us: Martin, Margaret, Deirdre and myself, and then Mommy and Daddy. And we were the happiest family. I can honestly say that the hardest thing for me coming to Ghana was leaving my family. Leaving a happy, loving, caring family. I had a wonderful mother. I had a wonderful father. And I thank God for their great example, their love. I never saw them fight. I never saw them argue. Never. You know, if they did it in the room on their own, but not in front of us children. They never. They were always. They were in love with one another. That's how I saw it. My daddy would come home from work on a Friday. He was paid on a Friday, and he would just take out his money from his pocket and put it on the table. He says, "There's my wages. Now, what's our expenses? What's our expenses?" So they'd work out the expenses to see, you know, how they covered this, that, and the rest. They shared everything.
He tells us an interesting story about how his parents met and how his mother ended up in the convent, albeit shortly.
My mother was a very religious person. When she finished school, she went into become a pork butcher. All our family were pork butchers, the whole family. All my aunts and my uncles, my grandfather and all of them, they were all pork butchers. And my mother, of course, became a pork butcher. So she was in the shop selling pork, you know. And that's where she met my father. My father was living near the shop, and he must have been coming there to buy meat, and he met her. And obviously, he asked her out, and they were dating one another. For how long, I don't know. I never asked my father these questions. I should have, but I didn't. But they were dating for a while. And then one day my mother said to my father, "I have a feeling God is calling me to be a reverend sister." And I don't know what my reaction was from my father, but my mother actually left for the convent, the Sacred Heart Convent. And you know, ever since that time, I've got a strong devotion to the Sacred Heart. My mother joined our congregation just for 3 months, because after 3 months her health broke down and she came out. But she was 3 months in the convent as a postulant of the Sacred Heart Confraternity. And that, for her whole life, she inspired us with devotion to the Sacred Heart. Our home was consecrated to the Sacred Heart. We had always had the red light of the Sacred Heart burning, you know, in our hallway. The big picture of the Sacred Heart. So she always gave us that devotion. The Sacred Heart will take care of you. So when she left the convent, who was there ready to meet her except my father? So they started dating again and got married. And I can honestly say, my mother was a wonderful person. She loved cooking. She baked beautiful cakes and apple tarts, and you know, also she just loved it. And she was always helping people, always assisting people, no matter what. She'd go to the church in the morning on our bicycle. There was always a basket on the front of our bicycle, and she would ask the neighbours, "Can I buy things for you? Anything you want down at the shops?" And she would do that. She was so caring and so loving and always thinking of other people. My father too was also a very caring man. He did a lot of work in the Legion of Mary, and he used to visit old people every week and bring them out for parties and one thing or the other. He was also very, very caring and sharing in every way. So the two of them, my mommy and my daddy, had a wonderful family.
Tragedy, however, struck his home and took away one of his dear sisters, and 50 years on, he never forgets.
We weren't well off because nobody in our family went to secondary school except me. I was the only one who went to secondary school. My sisters didn't go to secondary, they went to primary school, and my eldest sister, she died and she was working, and it was a tragic death. She was on the back of a motorbike, and the car came and knocked her down. The boyfriend survived, he's alive, he got married again. And I don't think, I can't forget my sister. She took over when my mother died, and she cared for us in our family. She was such a loving, loving, loving person. I could even remember just there on the 11th, it was just her 50th anniversary, so I can never forget Margaret for her love and care. So that was the family I came from. And we had prayer every evening. Mommy would take the rosary beads out and say, right, time for rosary. Turn off the radio. We had no television in those days. No television, no telephone, no car. We were just an ordinary family. So she would take out the rosary beads and give everybody the rosary. We'd all grab a chair and kneel behind a chair, and we'd pray the rosary together. Because we always said the family that prays together will stay together. You never left our house without her blessing you. She had a holy water font on the side of the door, and she blessed everybody going out. She took us to Mass every morning. Every morning she took the children to Mass, and I'll always remember that. After communion, we'd all be kneeling down, my two sisters and myself would be kneeling down, and then Mommy would come back from communion. And one thing I'll always remember about her, she kissed every one of us after communion. Now, I must have been about 4, and my eldest sister was 5, and my younger sister was 3, because we hadn't made our first communion. And Mommy would come back from communion, and she would kiss each one of us. And I wondered, why would she kiss us? Why? And it was her way of sharing Jesus with us. She received Jesus in communion. Now she wanted to share Jesus with us, and she would just kiss each one of us. It was a wonderful gesture. Even the prayers, she prepared me for my first communion, because I made my communion when I was 6 years of age. I was in primary school. So I was only 6 years of age when I made my communion. And who prepared me was my mother. Even the prayers I say today, and I'm 51 years a priest, the prayers I say after communion every day at Mass is what my mother taught me. So to me, my family were everything to me. They taught me everything, and they gave me all that love and that support.
While he had a happy home to grow in, little Andrew Campbell did not entirely have an easy life.
When I was 13, things weren't easy at home. I remember times going to school with big holes in my shoes, and I couldn't afford a new pair of shoes. And we'd stick a piece of cardboard in them, and I'd go to school with cardboard in my shoes. Or I'd have a patch in my trousers. We couldn't afford a new pair of trousers. Things were difficult. It wasn't easy for my mommy and my daddy. As I say, nobody went to secondary school. I was 13 when I finished primary school. And that's when my father says, Andrew says, we cannot afford to send you to secondary school. It'll cost £10 a year. We haven't got it. Go and work. So at the age of 13, I went to work in a wholesale grocer's on the back of a truck. And I did that for 1 year. We worked for a Jew man. It was very strict. 8 o'clock in the morning you start work. I'd go to Mass at 7:30, then come to work at 8 o'clock. And you work from 8 to 6 every day for 30 shillings a week. And I'd bring that money home to my daddy and say, Daddy, here's my money. Every week we got paid on a Friday, I gave it to Daddy, here's my money. and he gave me 2 and 6 pocket money out of that. And that went on for 1 year, and then the second year I was promoted. At the age of 14, I was promoted to the shop, and I was behind the counter, and there I was responsible for all the big sales of chocolate, big chocolate boxes, chocolate, cheese, cigarettes, all of these. I was in charge of that at the age of 14, but I still wasn't happy.
Like an inner voice constantly thumping through his heart, he grew up feeling unhappy and sensing that there was something missing in his life that he needed to resolve.
Something was calling me and said, look, this is not for you. It's not for you. So at the age of 15, I applied to the Divine Word, to the junior seminary over in England, and I wanted to be a priest. And I always felt that calling, that God is calling me to be a priest. When I was in primary school, I used to read these magazines, you know, on missionaries going out to various countries in Africa and Philippines and different countries. And I always had that feeling, God is calling me to share the gospel with others. And that's where it started, that's when the seed was sown in primary school. So when I was working for those 2 years, I wasn't happy. I said, this is not for me, you know. And I applied and I got entrance into the junior seminary over in England. And I was there, I did my O levels, I did 3 years, I was over there. I did prepared for my coming to the major seminary. So at the age of 18, then that's when I applied for the major seminary. But every holiday I worked. I worked supermarkets, sweeping floors, putting food on shelves. I worked in a big clothing factory where they take pieces of clothing, you know, from various factories, and you sort them. This is nylon, this is polyester, this is cotton. I worked in a big shop, you know, huge, big bowl, big packages of old cloth and the rest. I worked in various places, you know, during the holidays because I had to work. I had to think of the next term. What's happening the next term? I need money for the next term. So we never did extra classes at home, never. You always went to work, whether it was a long vacation or whether it was Christmas time, it didn't matter. You went to work to bring money in. And I worked, when I remember when it was 1964, I worked in a supermarket in Dublin, and I was sweeping floors, and I was putting food on shelves. And that's when I applied to join the major seminary, to go along to be a Divine Word missionary, to start my education and my training as a Divine Word missionary, and I become a novice.
Becoming too clear by this time that he might just miss his opportunity to go to the seminary, all that was left for the young Andrew was a miracle. And a miracle did he get.
I was working in the shop, downstairs in the storeroom, and sweeping and cleaning and the rest. And I had to get a long list of clothing and others to go to the seminary. And I said, what am I going to do? I don't have any rich grandfather. I don't have any auntie or uncle that can give me money. I don't have that. I don't have anybody. I had to buy shoes, suit, shirts, underwear, all of these. But I managed. 1 or 2 people gave me, here's a pair of new shoes for you, here's some socks for you, such and such. So they helped me out. But I was left with black cassocks, 3 black cassocks. I said, what am I going to do? I don't have the money. Mommy and Daddy didn't have the money. My grandparents were all dead. So what do I do? So I said, Lord, you want me to be a priest for them? Please, you help me. And that's when a letter came in to the postman, bought a letter, put it into the letterbox. And then there was a letter. Dear Mr. Campbell, this was August 1964. Dear Mr. Campbell, please accept this gift. It was a £10 note, exactly what I needed to buy my 3 cassocks. Please accept this little gift as a gift from me and my children. I pray you'll be a holy priest and a good priest. pray for me and my children, signed donor. Who the donor is, I don't know. I don't know. You're going back to 1964. 64. Nobody ever, I don't know anybody in my family would have £10 note. Nobody. And I said, who is it? I guess I have to wait till I go up there before I find out who it was to be able to say thank you. But whoever it was, I'm most grateful that he went out of the way. And £10 was a lot of money in those days. So with that £10, I went and bought my 3 black cassocks, got ready for the seminary, and on the 8th of September 1964, I said goodbye to my family. I says, now I'm off to the major seminary. And I spent 2 years in novitiate in the west of Ireland.
His journey to becoming a fully fledged priest had taken flight, and the next major thing for him after his training was his journey to this West African country, Ghana. How he got here is an interesting story, and he shares it with many smiles.
At the end of 2 years, you took the vows of poverty, chastity, and obedience. And during those 2 years, it was quite strict, quite strict. We talked for the first time of the day at 10 minutes to 11 in the morning. And you talked for 10 minutes. And then all meals were silence, except tea. Tea was 15 minutes you could talk, and then it was silence. We had a lot of silence, time of prayer, time of conferences. Every day we had football. I was on the football field every day. Whether it was raining or snowing, whatever it was, the group of us were always cross-country running. I used to do cross-country running, all these things we did. And that was for the 2 years that I trained to be a novice and prepare for my first vows of poverty, chastity, and obedience. In our second year, we started philosophy. So we started philosophy, and then the second year, novitiate, and the third year I was there, I did the second year of philosophy. And then I went to Dublin, to the major, since a very big major seminary in Dublin called Maynooth. And there were hundreds and hundreds of clerical students have been trained there for the priesthood. So I went there for 4 years and did my theology and got my degree from the seminary. And every long vacation, you had a choice. You could go and work wherever you wanted to work. No, we didn't do pastorals. So the first year I went to work as a welder, and a welder in a big factory in London. The second year I said, no, I want to work in a hospital. So I applied for a hospital in Liverpool. And I went to Liverpool and I worked as an auxiliary male nurse. I had my uniform, a nice uniform with trousers, all white. So everybody thought I was a nurse. I hadn't got a clue about nursing. I didn't know. But we did our best. And I worked in the medical ward. I worked in the urological ward. I didn't even know what the word urological meant when he said, Mr. Campbell, you're going to the urological. To the what? The urological ward, I remember that. And even I got to know some of the people very well there. They were so good, so good. And then the third year, I went and also went back to the same hospital, and I worked there in the outpatients department and the emergency. It was right beside the docks, the Liverpool docks, and people coming in with all sorts of injuries. Some of it was awful. And then the fourth year, I was ordained a priest. And I was ordained a priest on the 20th of December 1970. There were 3 of us in our class. There were 15 in the class, and there were 3 of us. We were only 24 years of age, and that's young. You don't get ordained until you're at least 25. So my superiors had to write to Rome and get permission for us to be ordained at the age of 24. We were ordained at the age of 24. And of the 3 of us, 1 is gone to heaven, and 1 is back in Ireland, and I'm here. The rest, we scattered all over. Some went to India, some went to Kenya, some went to South America. But the 15th scattered. I miss my class. because I have no classmates to talk to. No classmates to talk to, unless I go home to Ireland, there's one or two there. And then I came to Ghana.
An Irishman in the hot climates of Ghana. Tough as it was, he explains how the love from the people of Osu got him grounded.
I left Liverpool on the 1st of October, and I took the Elder Dempster line, the Oriole, the boat. I took that boat on the 1st of October, 1971. The reason why I came to Ghana, when I applied to the Divine Word Missionaries, I wanted to come to Africa. And with the Divine Word Missionary Congregation, Ghana was the only country they were working in. Now we're working in many, many, many countries in Africa, many countries. But at that time, it was the only country. That's why I applied for Ghana. And you're given a choice. You know, you're told, give three choices, first, second, and third. I got my first choice, which was Ghana. And I came with another priest. Two of us came on the boat. On the high seas, we came on the boat 13 days on the high seas, right through the Bay of Biscay. So we came to Ghana and arrived on the 13th of October, 1971. But the priest that came with me, after 3 or 4 months, he said, no. He said, this life is not for me. So he left. He left and went back to London and became parish priest in London. He did very well there, and I stayed here. And just at that particular time, I got a telegram stating that my sister was killed in a motorbike accident. And that had an awful bad, you know, it was devastating. It was devastating. So I went back to Ireland, but I missed the funeral. The funeral was in the morning, I arrived in the evening. And that had a devastating, it took a long time for me to get over this. So that's how I came to Ghana. And they were the beginning, the early days here in Ghana. It wasn't easy settling down to the climate. Ireland is cool climate, you know, and it rains during the summer, it's nice summer, but it's never hot like in Ghana. Never hot, and it's a different, Ghana is a different climate completely. The food, I mean, I never heard of fufu before. I never heard of banku. I never heard of, you know, all of these, never heard of those before. So I had to get used to all of the food, the climate, the people, you know, and it was difficult at the beginning, I must say. I didn't find it easy. And I was assigned to St. Peter's, Osu, for a few months. And when I was assigned, I didn't want to stay in Ghana. I wanted to go back to Ireland. Because I said, no, I'm not happy here. I'm not happy. I knew nobody. And I wasn't happy. My sister had just died. And I was trying to settle down and I couldn't. So I applied to go back to Ireland. And it was hard, it was hard. But when I went to St. Peter's in Osu, and I took over, the priest there had died, Father Feeney, the Togolese priest, he had died, and I took over the parish there. I loved it. The people, they were so good to me. They won me over. And because of them, you know, I stayed, and I thank God that because of them I'm here today. So I'm very, very grateful to the people in Osu for being so kind and looking after me during those early days. They don't know what they were doing because they were, it was such a happy community and a loving community, and they won my heart over, and that's why I stayed in Ghana.
The death of his father was a hard one for him, but he says at least he was proud of something in that moment. His wishes were met.
Then I was at, my father died in 1976. I was called home to Dublin, and my father had cancer. My father used to smoke, something I hate. He smoked, and it was too late. He got cancer of the lung. And I was with him right to the very, very, very end. I was with Daddy. He was such a wonderful man, such a wonderful man. He gave me all the encouragement. And the strange thing about my father, you know, he always supported me going away to be a priest. I was the only boy in the family. My little brother died when he was a baby, so I was the only son in the family. And the two of us were always together. We'd go on holidays together, we'd go cycling together. You know, we used to work in the garden together. We used to do all these things together. Sunday we'd cycle over to see Grandma, and then in the afternoon we'd go to a football match. But we were always together. Dad was a wonderful person. So when he was dying, I stayed with him right to the very end. So on the 27th of June, it was the only day he spent in bed. The only day and I called the doctor, and the doctor says, there's nothing we can do. Nothing we can do. So he asked me, he said, Andrews, see, there's a crucifix behind me over my bed. Take that crucifix and put it in front of me here. Which I did. And I still have that crucifix beside me in my own bed here. So take that crucifix and put it, you know, right in front of me. And I went for evening mass in the church, parish church, came back and said, Daddy, what do you want? Oh, just a bit of bread and a cup of milk. So I brought it to him. When I came back afterwards, then he went into a coma. And he died in my arms. And it was a wonderful experience in the sense that earlier on, some months beforehand, I was upset one day, very upset. And I went to see the matron of the hospital which Daddy was admitted to. And I said to the matron, I said, Matron, my father's dying of cancer. And I said, when I was a seminarian, I've seen people die of cancer. I said, I'm scared. What should I do? You know, he's the next room to me. So I was in one room, Daddy the next, and my sister and husband in the next room. I said, what happens if during the night he takes bad? What do I do? I don't know what to do. And I was really worried. And the matron said to me, Father, look, you don't worry. God will take care. God will take care. And here was a nursing sister telling a priest, you know, God will take care. She was giving me counsel. Oh, I'll never forget that. Then I went to the church. I said, God, okay, you win. You win. I argued with her. I said, you've taken my brother. You've taken my mother. You've taken my sister. Now you want to take my father. Why? Why? So I argued with him and argued with him. In the end, I said, okay, God, you win. You win. It was hard. It was hard. And I said, God, I want two requests from you. Number one, that when Daddy is dying, I want to be with him. Number two, he has no pain. I've seen patients die of cancer in pain. And I wanted to be with my father when he died. That 27th of June, 6 o'clock in the evening, when Daddy took bad, I was with him. He died at 7. There was nobody else with him. I was on my own with him. He had no pain. He just went into a coma and gradually went off quietly. It was beautiful death, as if I'd taken him to heaven, as if I'd gone there and come back. And I must say this, Richard, since that experience, I have never been afraid of death. You know, it taught me something, there's something, life after death, there's something special there. And as if there was that happy feeling, you know, that Daddy's gone to a place where there's no cancer, where there's no pain, there's no hospital, there's no suffering. And I felt happy for him. And I sat there with him, holding in my arms. There was no crying. I just said, Daddy, you've gone to where you were made for. And I held him in my arms. And then the neighbors came in and started crying, then I left him. But I always remember that. That was 1976. I came back to Ghana.
Church for penny Emma MPP Amanyoko no John Boydu and Odia Tuja say if it imra ohu a TikTok video a na chese Sarah Ajasa for Dome kwa benyama shebegani no aye no nibufu ye pa Osina onim say a old video nanso hu say old video na ansa na chese na koma etoniem nanso the first time hu ye pa say era obi Amanyoko ye hia we wo mrashebedwem no baba bua ma yedi nkita ho na fe de ye hu ta chese otie TikTok so e na wodi asa o hu video na ne bufu ye pa na ni nyina eje na nsentemu chese MPP for sorry pa ni titiro panic in the Japan and afi oduma ko be fi esan so mulche makwa koye se Sarajasa for episode MPP Amanyoko no ko opposition na no na John Boy don so da wa betu jasa mro hu video no ade an bufu ye pa Professor Cadman Mills, Nuaberry ma Edema, former president, Awanyani baby call, John Evans at Mills. No didn't you about Ochemu, a sana and sana, Gana one penny, better on anonymous one, see, I don't know, just a trash bathroom, and man, not just say, Oka Junso. Ochema, Nuaberry, my friend is Samuel at Mills and the choir, Cocoon, our bathrooms or the Honma, just a wire unconscious. Now, Ochemo, no Professor Cadman Mills, Chema, no Quaco Jani Bar, just a old 2 coin alcohol, Cape Coast. And much as omu do upstairs or just a 1 4 stairs omu si akwa so mu hu se doctors who do be aba ho no mu dem kapa nti hu se dabi asa emergency bi aba e wo so castle and na just ni aba ne ka chen so ndi akire no konkohwe ne asi afodi omu echi yekoya Professor Mills na chese we twa ahwe no to mu de no koya yaresa bia ye ko hu se wato na nanom e wontie do no so ye kasa fa ye nsema na se ye koso Abraham people for be asori gina se omu person mu ye mfifi mu Edman Yeku, Professor Mills, a free assassin, so I know not just say, or call top FM, so I would think it on the distance in foreign. I told you, I say, and sana, Professor Mills, a bewun, just a trashy, a walk bathroom.
I'm a choir master. I do choir rehearsals every Sunday afternoon. For me, I'm quite innovative. I use Now Today. That one helps with your breath control. Now Today for a year. And now they want to bring washrooms on the highway. How pressed are you that you'd want to stop on the highway and then you'll be there, you hear yes, nice. A friend to help me kill my depression suggested that looking at the bosses of women would probably calm me down, and it did calm me down. So
how did it calm me down? have noted the slow pace of work that has unfortunately characterized the conduct of activities of parliamentary committees and thus limited our functionality as a parliament. It has become apparent that the problem of undue delay on committee work appears to be plaguing several committees of parliament. I don't want to mention the names of the committees, you all know. This has led to a situation where some bills and other matters referred to the various committees have stalled, and the committees have not been able to provide reports for consideration of the House. The famous aphorism that the work of Parliament is in its committees cannot be overemphasized. This statement is therefore aimed at providing guidance for the work of the various parliamentary committees, ensure a streamlining of their activities, all with the aim of ensuring that committees deliver on their constitutionally sanctioned mandate. Honorable members, may I refer you to Article 103 of the Constitution, which deals with the committees of Parliament. Amongst others, the parliamentary committees are expected to investigate and inquire into the activities and administration of ministries and departments as Parliament may determine. The framers of our Constitution, mindful of the need to strengthen the committees as a tool for parliamentary oversight, provided for the committees to have the rights, privileges, and powers of the High Court in relation to the enforcing of attendance of witnesses and examining them on oath, the power to compare the production of documents and issuance of a commission or request to examine a relevant witness abroad. Further, Order 156 of our standing orders provides that all bills, resolutions, and such other matters within the jurisdiction of the various committees shall be referred to them, that is the committees, for scrutiny and reporting. While it is the duty of all committees to give the matters referred to its due and sufficient consideration, such consideration should not be at the expense of the delaying of parliamentary work. We must be guided at all times that our commitment to our democracy means we are doing diligent work in a manner that is efficient and timely. Admittedly, the Constitution does not provide a time frame within which a committee must complete its work, except in instances of a bill introduced by or on behalf of the President. Under these circumstances, Article 106.14, that is clause 14, of the Constitution requires that such a bill must not be delayed for more than 3 months in any committee of Parliament. 3 months. For purposes of education of our audience, I quote Article 106.14. 106.14 says, a bill introduced in Parliament by or on behalf of the President shall not be delayed for more than 3 months in any committee of Parliament, unquote. Our standing orders, however, provide a period within which a committee should have completed its work for reporting to Parliament. It is instructive to note that Order 212, Rule 1 of our standing orders reads, and I quote, 212 Rule 1, every committee to which a matter is referred shall report to the House before the end of each session of Parliament. If a committee finds itself unable to complete any investigations, inquiry, or other matter referred to it before the end of the session, it shall so report to the House, unquote. You all know what I'm talking about. The number of referrals to committees. Since last year, the session ended December. We are in a new session. No report whatsoever has come to the House. There is no reason given to us as to why there is a delay for us to consider the referral and what to do. Honorable members, in light of the foregoing, all parliamentary committees are reminded that they are required under law to provide a report on a matter referred to them before the expiry of a session of the House, and same must be complied with unless leave has been sought and granted by the House. The leadership of the committees, committee clerks, and the leadership of the House are tasked with ensuring that the various committees comply with the reporting timelines to facilitate the smooth conduct of business in the House.
I beg to move that motion captured as item 21 on today's order paper be moved now. Mr. Speaker, the motion reads that this Honorable House constitutes a bipartisan parliamentary committee chaired by a member of the Minority Caucus to inquire into the expenditures made by the Ghana government in relation to COVID-19 since the outbreak of the pandemic in 2020. Mr. Speaker, this motion has become necessary as a result of the fact that, Mr. Speaker, one, in the year 2020, the government of the day called upon us to approve, for the purposes of COVID-19 expenditure, an amount of 1.2 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, in that motion, in that expenditure, the government said that they wanted us as Parliament to approve for their use for the purposes of what he called the Coronavirus Alleviation Program 1, an amount of 1.2 billion. Mr. Speaker, that is what this August House was made to approve. But in the media review that was presented to us, Mr. Speaker, clearly this government spent an amount of 8,122 million Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, this clearly means that out of the 1.2 billion Ghana cedis that was approved by all of us, the government went ahead to spend additional 7 billion Ghana cedis for the purposes of COVID-19 expenditures. Mr. Speaker, it will interest you to note that even the amount of 1.2 billion that was approved for the government to spend the government needed to come back to us as Finance Committee and obviously as a House by giving us the expenditure breakdown of the 1.2 billion that we approved. Mr. Speaker, though they spent 1.2 billion Ghana, 8.1 billion Ghana cedis, the government is yet to present a detailed expenditure returns to this August House. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, I am of the view that this is critical, that this House invite or set up a committee by inviting all sector ministers who were given the opportunity to spend an amount for the purposes of COVID-19 expenditure. Mr. Speaker, my point is that we cannot...
Just a minute. Deputy Majority, you are on your feet.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, I rise to raise a preliminary legal objection to the text and content of the motion before this House. That, Mr. Speaker, this motion in the list is odious, it lacks merit, and it is not founded on one of the tools available to a member of Parliament.
Honorable Deputy Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Allow the motion to be placed before the House. Then you now raise your preliminary objection. What you are doing is premature ejaculation. When the House is now seized with the motion, before it's seconded, then you raise preliminary objection. As of now, the House is not seized with the motion. So may you hold your gun.
Mr. Speaker, as you may be well aware, we shall continue to learn at your feet. So, Mr. Speaker, if I got your order correctly, that the preliminary legal objection can only be raised after he has moved his motion, but before it is seconded. I agree with you. Thank you. I'll take a cue.
True false. Mr. Speaker, my point is that yes, Parliament approved some amount for the purposes of COVID expenditure. I mean, Mr. Speaker, we approved 1.2 billion. In the end, in the year 2020, an amount of 8.1 billion was spent. Mr. Speaker, in the first half of the year 2021, an additional 114 million Ghana cedis was spent. Mr. Speaker, in the second half of the year 2021, we do not have the details as to how much has been spent for the purposes of COVID-19 expenditure. Mr. Speaker, it is for the same reason that I'm asking this House that the power of the purse, the oversight on the financial matters is with us. Mr. Speaker, that is why I am calling on this House to be given opportunity so that we can have the chance to evaluate the amount that was spent for COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, today we are talking of the COVID-19 expenditure. Ghana is not a standalone. A number of countries has initiated probes into how much that money was used for, how much was spent and what it was used for. It is for the same reason that, Mr. Speaker, I'm calling on you, Mr. Speaker, to admit that this August House be given an opportunity to investigate or probe the amount that was spent. Mr. Speaker, I believe that 8.1 billion Ghana cedis spent for the purposes of COVID-19 is a bit too much. And the details as was given to us in the budget statement, the media review, page 100 of the media review. So, Speaker, the media review tells us that, one, they spent an amount of 1,055 million Ghana cedis being support to households. Again, they spent an amount of 1,049 million Ghana cedis as health response for the purposes of supplies, equipment, and relief for health workers. Speaker, again, we were told that health infrastructure alone, an amount of 600 million Ghana cedis was spent. In the same budget statement, we were told that security operations, evacuation, and coordination, they spent an amount of 875 million Ghana cedis. Speaker, again, other COVID-19 related expenditures, including economic relief, stabilization, and revitalization, they spent an amount of 3.6 billion Ghana cedis. Speaker, finally, we were told that COVID-19 complementary releases, they spent an amount of 401 million Ghana cedis. In all, in the year 2020 alone, 8.1 billion cedis was spent. Speaker, that is why we members of this House believe that we cannot rely on the minister responsible for finance alone to account for the use of the COVID-19 expenditure. These expenditures were spent at the sectors. Various ministries spend this money. And so, Mr. Speaker, it is important for us to have a committee that will be able to look at the expenditures for COVID-19. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I've been invited to rule on the preliminary objection raised by the Deputy Majority Leader. If I understand the preliminary objection correctly, it seems to suggest that the motion ought not have been admitted. Therefore, it questions the propriety of the motion before the House. And in presenting the preliminary objection, the honourable member draws the House's attention to the constitutional imperatives. Now, let me start by looking at the motion itself. The motion before the House is numbered item 21, and it reads that this Honourable House constitutes a bipartisan parliamentary committee chaired by a member of the Minority Caucus to inquire into the expenditures made by Ghana government in relation to COVID-19 since the outbreak of the pandemic in the year 2020. So, I would have thought that for a bipartisan committee, or by whatever name we call it, we will be referring to Order 191, a special or ad hoc committees, since the bipartisan committee is neither a select committee or a standing committee. So let me read Order 191 for our guidance. The House may at any time, by motion, appoint special or ad hoc committee to investigate any matter of public importance, to consider any bill that does not come under the jurisdiction of any of the standing or select committees of the House. A matter of public importance or a bill which does not come under the jurisdiction of any of the standing or select committees of the House. And I think that should be the guiding principle. The matters that we are called upon to set a committee to investigate, can we say they do not come under any of the select or standing committees of the House? In my view, it falls squarely within the Public Accounts Committee. And indeed, all the committees of the House, including the Public Accounts Committee, are bipartisan. And the Public Accounts Committee, by nature, is designed to be chaired by the minority. So in all its forms, in all the questions related to the Public Accounts Committee, if it is minded to investigate anything related to the COVID expenditure, it's fully seized with the authority and the power to investigate that, particularly because all the accounting of it have been provided for in the budget, which budget has been presented before the House, and it is before the committee anyway. My view is that this motion ought not to have been admitted and is improperly before the House. I so rule.
Our motion was a very simple one, admitted by the Speaker and dismissed by the Deputy Speaker. Interesting times in Ghana. So you see sometimes what invite chaos into the chamber. A motion admitted, advertised over a month by the Speaker. A Deputy Speaker presiding to serve nothing but a narrow partisan interest, even after the motion is moved and seconded, dismisses the motion that it ought not to have been admitted. I hope that he is not impugning the authority and integrity of the Speaker, neither is he undermining the mandate and authority of the Speaker as a subordinate. I will comment on that matter at a future date.
Yeah.
Because we still need to keep the unity of the country and Parliament together. But as all of you have perused our rules, even Order 191 that he referred to, any of you who have your standing orders refer to it. It talks about a bill for which there is no subject area to deal with. A bill. But he relies on it. We are demanding transparency and accountability in the utilization of COVID resources. And we simply are telling the Ghanaian public that neither the Minister for Finance nor ministers responsible for sectors, including the Health Minister, have adequately accounted for the expenditure of COVID resources. I refer to $2.5 billion Ghana cedis announced in the 2022 budget as expenditure over the 2021 period. That has not been accounted for anywhere in any budget or in any expenditure. During the budget hearing, you heard the Minister of Foreign Affairs say that Minister of Finance spent 65 million on my behalf. The Minister of Finance is not a procurement entity for the Minister of Foreign Affairs. So how were those expenditures committed? By what procurement procedures to guarantee value for money? Even when the Honorable Deputy Minister for Finance, the Honorable Abena Osasari, attempted to explain, she could not account for the 65 million. She ended at some 21 to 30 million. It is for this reason that we moved a motion, because as you are aware, very respected civil society groups, Send Ghana and Ghana Integrity Initiative today, have launched damning reports into COVID expenditure. So what they have done is to say that don't shine the light on the darkness of corruption. Very disappointing for our country. The precedent that is being set, Parliament tomorrow may not be able to appoint any committee to probe any underhand or unsatisfactory dealing or performance of sector ministers. Is this the government Ghanaians voted for that cannot uphold itself to the values of probity and accountability? We can only be disappointed by the ruling of the Deputy Speaker. I will urge my colleagues to be calm. We have only lost not even a vote on a motion, because today would have defeated them. But there are many more motions to come. Even tomorrow, we will move the motion on Frontiers, which is doing open thievery at the airport.
That one to COVID.
It didn't go through any procurement process. They are charging Ghanaians who are returning abroad, international citizens, huge sums of money that is not being charged in other civilized jurisdictions where better facilities have been provided to deal with COVID. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what you have done is to simply say that our Standing Order 79, where the powers rest of Mr. Speaker about the admissibility of motions, is being overruled by you sitting in the chair. Is that why you are saying that after a motion has been debated, it will not be put to question? Well, there will be interesting days ahead of us. Since this is your understanding of how, after a motion has been debated, questions will not be called for, but Speaker can rule to push that motion off the floor when 79 has been duly used to admit it. I think posterity will judge this your ruling. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Previously on People and Places.
This the highest peak on the Mogo Hill, part of the hill, but it was chopped off in the early 1960s.
Okay.
By the first president of Ghana, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. So we have 3 species.
Okay.
We have the cops. These ones are cops. We have bushbacks and dikers. So they practice the system of polygamy, where one male to a lot of females, and it depends on the structure of the male. We have the olive baboon and then the leather spot nose monkey.
Those were a few highlights. Now, the adventure continues. Stay with us and enjoy. So thank you for staying with us. This is still People and Places. We are still at the Shy Hills Resource Reserve. Now we continue our tour with Ishmael, and as a stunt, we are at the Sayu Hills. This place has another unique story, and we'll get right to it. So, what do we have here?
Yeah, so the Sayu Cave was once the tribal chief palace of the Shai.
Okay.
So when I say tribal, 4 tribes that lived here, occupying around the various caves, mostly, basically from Manya, Ajuku, Hewoyo, and then the Sayu.
Okay.
So the tribal chief was residing in the cave. Now,
the tribal chief was the chief of all the 4 tribes.
All the 4 tribes.
Okay.
Now it's believed that they are living now in Kodiabe, close to the reserve, about 5 kilometers drive
from
west
here.
side
of
the
okay.
reserve.
So they moved from here.
They moved from
settled
here.
there.
Yes, please. But history has it all that one can only visit the king or the chief when there is a leaf like this, a leaflet on your lip.
Okay.
In that way, when they see the leaflet on your lip, you will not be harmed. And then they believe that you know their customs and traditions.
Oh.
And then you are coming in with right motive and peace. And then the last of it all, which is key for them, was that when they see the leaf on your lip, it tells that whatever you see here is a hidden truth that you will not go and expose or tell anyone. And hence you'll be allowed to enter the cave.
The cave.
Interestingly, the cave has only one main entrance.
Oh, okay.
Aside the main entrance, there's no other place that one can pass to the cave.
Before you go into the chambers, who discovered this place?
I think they just walked and then they stayed here.
Oh, okay.
But the history tells that they were once hunter-gatherers who lived here, but their history is not known. So the Shaibu came in and drove them away and then took the
their
place.
place. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Okay. We'll learn more about it as we see the place.
Yes.
Right.
So this is the main entrance to the cave. where they go with their back. The
They
leaf,
go with their back.
yes, the leaf will be on your lip. Then you go with your back. The focus was war-minded people, you know. They were like people who can easily come in and take the place from them, since they also took it from others.
Somebody else, okay.
So their focus is, as you go, you watch around, even though the warriors were here on top, but you watch around to see if people are coming. You scream for help or you shout so that the warriors can come in and defend.
Oh, okay.
So they cross here with their back. And
And
aside this place, there's no other place that one can pass through to the cave.
So this is the main
entrance.
entrance.
To the cave.
Right. Is that the same routine they follow when they come?
Yeah, in the
now?
olden days. No, now it is abolished. We don't go with our back. We don't have the leaves on our legs.
So they just come like normal to tour the place. They don't do any rides.
Well, so what we have realized is, you know, the transferring of the knowledge from one generation to the other sometimes spoils the trend. So for them, some of them don't even know as to
what it was,
what they are supposed to do, but others also know. So some does it generally when they come. Some also don't know the significance of doing those things.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
But when tourists comes here, we just tell them, and
then they go in like normal. Okay.
Yes.
Right.
And as we go, we will smell different scent from the bat guano.
Bat what?
Guano, that is the fecal content of the bat.
This is how the front part of the cave looks like. We are going to take this road or this path and move to the very first chamber. And as we go, we'll talk.
So you see the guano, the fecal content of the bats.
Oh, okay.
They are a good source of fertilizer.
I see.
So what happens is that these are insect-eating bats.
Okay.
So they are very active in the night. They come out to peck the sleeping insects. So their activity also attracts the insects in the daytime, because the scent attracts them. Then they feed on them.
Oh,
and
okay.
These bats in ecology, they are called keystone species. That is species which are very delicate, and their absence from the ecosystem, the whole system, can break the ecosystem.
How?
Because, you know, insects are the most ubiquitous species of animals in the world. And so when I say ubiquitous, they are everywhere, and they are millions, trillions. So in order for this species to be regulated, they need
someone that will feed on them.
some others to feed on. So bats is one of them, and then pangolins.
Okay.
They feed on these insects to regulate their population so that they will not, exceed and break everything.
Okay.
So they are very unique and important. The fruit-eating bat at 37.2, they also help in what?
Regulating.
They help in dispersal of seeds, and hence germination as well. So bats are very unique.
Sure. So what you are telling me in effect is that now all 3 caves have been taken over by bats?
No, this cave has a lot of the bats, but the other caves, they have very few bat species because those 3 caves cannot be compared to this huge one. They are very small in sizes.
Oh, okay. But this is the first cave,
This
first chamber.
The first chamber, we are ending at the first chamber, and then this is the second chamber.
Oh, okay. So where we moved from
is the first chamber to this place.
Right.
And then the second chamber ends here. This whole place is second chamber.
Oh. Okay.
And then the third chamber goes through the small hole, go to left.
So the second chamber has most of the baths, or the first?
The third chamber.
The third.
Yeah, the third chamber has. But then they move to the first chamber in the night to peck sleeping insects. So this is how the whole settings was like. In the olden days, they covered this whole place with boulders. And then there was small entrance
for
where,
people.
Where the king, because here was for the king. And you see the ficus plants, these ones are called Ficus abutifolia. On top you can see some of the plants there. So it develops all this way. And then they use it as a way to climb, as a spy point up. So when they are up there and then they see people coming to attack them, they decline and pack themselves behind the packed stones. When they come, when they come and they can scare them with that, then they pull or push the stones on them. But then we cut them. Some of the roots got collapsed and others too were very weak. And students, when they come, a lot of them wants to climb at the same time. So we just avoided the climbers. And then we replace this with the ladder. So in case you want to go to the spy point, somehow scary, but you can actually do it. And so this ends the conversation with the first chamber. The second chamber also has the stool of the chief, which is this one. So the natural stone that he sits on. So here is just like an assembly ground for the king. You can sit on maybe as the queen mother of Kodiabe. And then there we can, after sitting on, we can go to the third chamber.
This is too high for me.
Oh, it's so. Let me show you how you. One hand of yours will be here, the other one will be here. So this one, 10.
Like that.
Take off your phone. It can crack. Then, how is it? It's not comfortable.
Yep.
So
this is me on the natural stool, which is actually a rock of the then Kodiabe.
The tribal chief.
Tribal chief. Okay. These bats, are they harmful to humans?
They are not, but you know, bats have a lot of viral infections or pathogens. So, but they are not harmful to humans. They cannot beat you, they cannot peck on you. But when you are closer to them, you need to be careful with the way you touch them. Because they are wild. Anything is possible to happen. So let's see the very difficult third chamber, of which. So this is how we do it. Just touch the rock and then come slowly. But then, so there were no bats here when the shy people were here.
Because there were humans here.
And then there were activities like burning and making noise. When they left here, and then the bats occupied. You can see from here. So that's the third chamber. It goes deep. Hope you can see there. A lot of them.
That's how you call them?
Yeah, sometimes you just make a little noise.
To stir them up.
Wow. And hence the name Bat Cave, because the place houses like millions of bats. We can actually enter, but you know it's full of guano. You can step in and it will be all over you.
I think we are fine here. Yeah, we can see the bats from here, so that's fine. But you never know. I mean, if you are more adventurous than I am and you come here, you can choose to go with Ishmael, or anyone else will take you around. into the bat cave.
Okay, so we can still go and climb to
See the top.
It's like the Mogo Hill, the view.
Okay.
But it's a very small area.
Right.
And a little bit scarier than the Mogo Hill.
Oh, okay.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
Now, let's learn something interesting about Ghana.
The Ghanaian currency, cedi, was coined from the Akan word cedie, which means cowries.
So, let me just warn you, for people who are like me, you need to eat well before you come here because it takes a lot of energy to do this.
So when you get here, this is how you position your
Okay.
So your right foot should be on the ficus foot here. Then your left foot should be here.
Okay.
Then you hook, look at your hands here. Then you lift yourself.
What? People, if you don't have Vim, you can watch your friends do it from afar.
I hope you saw how I did it. No,
like that. Like this. Then I hold this.
Yeah.
Then here.
Yeah.
Oh.
Spy
We are going
point,
to
view.
the top of the hill. Okay, so this hill is higher than the Mogo Hill.
You can see the Mogo Hill from here.
Oh, that's it.
And so here is their spy point where the warriors sit in the olden days. Just to
Guard
check
the
around.
place. Wow, this is a very good point.
But very difficult to get here.
Definitely. I'm sure it was also strategic because before the enemy comes here,
then they know because they can see afar.
Yeah.
So they can better plan off. And there were no, the trees were very few, especially there was no neem tree. So you could see far than this. Neem
So
trees
this
were
entire
introduced.
place was clear.
Yes, it was clear.
So it was just vast land. Wow. Guys, it's difficult to get here, but if you're able to make it, I think it's worth it because the view is really, really cool. It's really cool. You can actually see, like he said, the Mogo Hill, which looks a lot smaller from here. So this is like a step higher. You should try this sometime. So that's the Sayi story, right?
Yes, yes.
Right. And so, where are we going to next?
So from here, we'll go to the Depot Rock. Then,
where they perform their final.
Yes, then we go to
puberty, right?
The farm, the animal farm.
The animal farm, and then the museum.
Yes.
Okay, so let's get going. We are at the entrance to the Depot Rock. This is where the girls who used to camp at the Mogo Hills, this is where they come to complete their puberty rites. And after here, they can be qualified for marriage because they are seen to have gone through the puberty rites and have been successful. So Ishmael is taking us to see the place.
So you can actually see some broken pots, so broken bottles all over here. So they mix it with the old drink, schnapp and others. They mix the water with it and then they use it to bath them. And you can see the grooves. So they pour the drink into the water. You can see the grooves all over here. And this,
whatever they were doing there, they were doing here.
Yes. Because of it not being used for a long period of time, that's why you see. But when you see the whole place is full up, and this water is always, it doesn't get dried. But we don't drain it for a long period of time, so many years.
What do they use this water for though?
So in those days, it was clean water where they bath the ladies, fetch it and bath the ladies with it. And then they put the beads, then the colorful things on them. So you can see here they just make it so like the grooves are more smaller in size. Yeah.
Because this is where they were making the items.
So after bathing them, then they grind and put it on them. And then they dance. The background is there.
Okay.
Where they dance for the final rite. But this water sustains for the whole of the year round, and it's always full. Because of the dry season, that is why you see it in this way. They sit on the stone, which they cover it with the skin of the antelope.
Is that it?
No, they took it away when they were sacked.
Okay.
And there are two indications. If you are a virgin, you get up easily. If you are not a virgin, you get stuck to the rock.
They took the rock away?
Yeah, so when they were sacked, they took the rock away.
Oh, wow. Well, it was something that could be moved?
Oh, yeah, it's very small rock because you can just always they cover it with the skin of the antelope.
Oh,
so they took it away. Yeah. But the main focus was to test whether the girls are really virgins or not.
Oh.
And in that way, if you are not a virgin, they perform some rite, and when you get up, you are banned or sacked from the tribe.
Oh, wow.
Or you join the people within the tribe that have the mark that they were not virgins, but they passed through the rites. And in that way, you will not be regarded as one of them, be it giving birth, marrying or dying, they will not regard you as, they regard you as an unclaimed person within their setting.
Okay.
And it also creates, it's a form of honor for the younger girls.
Join us in the next and final episode of the Shy Hills Adventure as we explore the animal farm, museum, and visit the home of the newest additions, the African pythons, all on People and Places.
In the absence of any further corrections to the official report of 9 February 2022, the official report of that day is hereby adopted as a true record of proceedings. We now move to item 5, which deals with questions. And the first question stands in the name of the Honourable Member for South Tong, Honourable Kobina Mensah Oyomi, and it is to the Minister of Interior, and so the Minister is rightfully taking his seat. Honourable Member, you may ask your question now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, rise for the interior, what is being done to restore the Sugakope, which serves South Tong District, so the fire service to respond quickly to emergencies?
Yes, Minister.
Thank you. Right Honourable Speaker, if I may crave your diligence to draw your attention to an addendum. I think they are also urgent questions for my attention, but I'll respect the order that you have chosen, and I would answer these just to inform you that there are 3 urgent questions on the addendum that should be attempted. But, Right Honourable Speaker, the fire tender which was allocated to the Sokokope fire station to serve the good people of South Tong and was diagnosed to be faulty has been worked on and commissioned since 18th January 2022. As a matter of fact, at 11:23 a.m. today, I checked. It was confirmed that it is in good working order. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Any supplementary question?
Mr. Speaker, yes, there is. Mr. Speaker, the first service tender that was supposed to be worked on, I can tell
Honourable
the Minister.
Member. Honourable Member.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Was it worked on or supposed to be worked on?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, it is not. In fact, a bicycle rider can run the tender. That is to tell you that it is not effective. It's not working as I speak to you, not the way it's expected. So I want to ask, who undertook the repair works on the car? Which fitting or engineering entity or company worked on this particular vehicle?
So are you talking about alleged to have been worked on?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, this
you are challenging.
Yes,
that
it's not as robust to undertake what is expected of it.
Let's get that clear. Please, the fact that a vehicle has been worked on and is not as robust as before as robust as before. That is the repairs you are complaining about. Yeah. And you say that a bicycle rider can even go faster than the tender,
Please.
the fire tender.
I'm telling you, Mr. Speaker.
Really?
It's laughable, but it's serious.
Really?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, because I checked a while ago before even answering this question. And so probably you may have to carry us on something again.
Minister.
And I'm telling you,
yes, it's okay. Let the minister respond. Well, we'll go there and let them compete.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. The question was duly referred to the fire service and this response given. And this morning at 11:23, I asked no less than person than the chief fire officer. He told me he's sure. I said no. He called and came back with the answer. Right Honourable Speaker, I would suggest that the Honourable MP should file the appropriate question. If it's about speed, let me file, and then I would get, no, I am prepared to satisfy honourable members of this House when they ask questions, and also to be sure that the agencies that I supervise do give me the right answers. But you were asking of a faulty fire tender. The position now is that it is repaired and is functioning. If you want specific further information, I'll be glad that you file and I address it specifically, because what we are not talking about bicycle being faster than a fire tender, I'm not in a position to address that now. Thank you.
Any further supplementary?
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can the minister tell us normally which engineering entity undertakes the repair works? And in this particular case, which entity actually took the repair works? Because some of us even contributed in fixing it. So I just want to know from you.
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I am not privy to the information on which specific engineers work on specific fire tenders at any point in time, except to say that I hold the leadership of fire service responsible to ensure the equipments are functional. They have competence to engage whoever they do. I'm not part of their procurement, it's part of their system. I do not have that specific information. Mr. Right Honour.
Yes.
My last, Mr. Speaker, can the minister tell us whether they have a maintenance regime for these tenders that probably can be shared with us?
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. We have engineers and we have workshops within fire service, and my understanding, and I've seen them work. Beyond that, I believe they go outside to get experts who might help them if it's beyond their competence. But yes, we have workshops within fire service who do some repairs. Thank you.
Honourable members, sorry, this is constituency specific. So we'll go to the next question. The question stands in the name of the Honourable Member for K2 South, Honourable Ms. Abla Jefa Gomachi. Please, Honourable Member, you may ask your question now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I rise to ask the Minister for Interior what has necessitated the erection of the more than 14 police and immigration posts and barriers on the Accra to Aflao Road?
Yes, Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, to the best of my knowledge and information, the Accra to Aflao International Route has 4 police barriers at the following locations: Sugakope barrier under the Sugakope Divisional Police Command, Hippo barrier under Akachi District Police Command, Anwo Fianyeba barrier under the Keta Divisional Police Command, and the Toko barrier under the Ketu Divisional Police Command. There is also an approved police barrier at Chupoli, near Pram Pram, operated by the Tema Regional Headquarters and the Pram Pram Divisional Police Command. Right Honorable Speaker, as you may be aware, the country's international borders were closed on 21st March 2020 as part of government's measures to prevent the spread and importation of COVID-19 into Ghana. As a strategy to ensure that all persons who manage to slip through unapproved border crossing points are intercepted, the Ghana Immigration Service, supported by the Ghana Police Service and the border security agencies, mounted inland and snap checkpoints at strategic locations, not only on the Accra-Aflao road, but other roads leading to land borders in the country. The inland and snap checkpoints also serve as a second layer in view of the threat of terrorism and other transnational organized crimes within the sub-region. Thank you. Right Honorable.
Honorable Member, any supplementary?
Yes, Honorable Speaker, and I thank you for the opportunity. I'd like to ask the Honorable Minister if in effect he's agreeing that there are indeed more than the 4 that are earlier on mentioned, because the checkpoints also add to security barriers. Is that not the case, Honorable Minister?
Yes, Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you. There are barriers and there are snap checkpoints. Barriers are permanent, fixed points that are established for regular use. But checkpoints can arise based on intelligence, that they might get intelligence that a particular vehicle is carrying either narcotics or arms or explosives. Those come up and move on. They are not permanent. So that's why I started by giving you the established barriers and also alluding to the practice of checkpoints. And those are a different category. And I cannot tell, because right now, as I stand here, there can be checkpoints established based on intelligence. But as far as barriers are concerned, I've stated what the permanent barriers are. Thank you.
Well, the figure is given is 5. So you take note of that. The first 4 plus the newly approved, I don't know whether it's newly, but I said there's also an approved police barrier at Chopoli near Pram Pram. So that makes it 5. The rest are snap checkpoints. Yes. Next supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At these checkpoints and barriers, you would find that passengers in commercial vehicles, sometimes private vehicles, are made to get down, disembark. People are checked. Sometimes they are asked for identification of citizenship. People are made to pull down their pants, Has all these kinds of things come to your attention, Honorable Minister?
Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I do know that when it comes to the checking of possible terrorists, the nationality of the persons are important, and therefore we want to find out if people are Ghanaian, and you ask produce the cards. But the policy is for everybody to be treated in a decent manner with due regard to their rights. So if the allegation is that people are publicly stripped, it's something that I would have to take up, and I'll be glad if you give me further specific information as to which barrier and when it took place. I would declare in my mind. Of course, some people sometimes carry contraband on their bodies, but even then, we expect that there should be some decency in searching such a person. You cannot stand among other passengers and want to. So if you have that specific complaint, I would say it's against policy, it infringes the human rights of the people concerned, and that I'll be prepared to take up, especially if you give me further information. Thank you, Right Honorable.
Yes, Honorable Member. Any last supplementary?
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for the opportunity again, and I just want to thank the Minister for Interior, and I will provide the information that I have to him, because the embarrassing situation and sometimes almost apartheid nature of these interrogations need to be addressed. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
May you continue to ask your next question, question number 404.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for the Interior what the ministry is doing to alleviate the suffering of border communities, especially the residents of Aflau, whose sources of livelihood has not been accessible to them due to the closure of the land borders. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Before I answer, may I also indicate that I come from a border community and share probably the challenges that you face. But Right Honorable Speaker, government is aware of the impact that the closure of land borders is having on border communities, especially their business. It must, however, be noted that the closure does not affect only border residents and Aflawo in particular, but Ghanaian businesses generally, because you realize that there are strict movement regulations as to how you can send in and bring out goods. It is in this regard that the government introduced the Ghana COVID-19 Alleviation and Revitalization of Enterprises Support CARES as a Batampa program to alleviate the impact on businesses and other sectors of the economy. It is my conviction that Ghanaians in general and those along the borders, including Aflawo, will take advantage of the intervention to enhance the fortunes of their businesses till the borders are open, hopefully, as soon as we can. Thank you.
Honorable members, this goes beyond constituency. So I'll allow other supplementary questions from other members. What deals with border communities and they cut across other constituencies, not only the honorable members' constituency. So please, you may ask your last supplementary question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Minister, the unique nature of the Aflao border is well captured in a lot of literature. This border has a community that tails straight into the capital town of another country. So in its unique nature, it positions itself as really the only access to the economic empowerment of the community. The intervention that you just made reference to really cuts out the ones who are the Agbatechola, in Accra we call them the Kayaye, who are in the community, who will not benefit from this intervention. So my specific question now is, what is the intervention to address those specific communities that I mentioned? If you roast plantain or you sell dokubi, turkey tail at the border, this intervention doesn't assist you. What is there for them? Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, beyond this program that is known to all of us, the Ministry of the Interior does not have any specific program targeted at businesses. It does not. And I will tell you, as the Right Honorable Speaker is talking about, in some of the border areas in the north, the hall is in Ghana and the kitchen is across the border. We have those situations. So all I can say is that beyond this program that I know of, I do not have within the limits of the Ministry of the Interior any specific program that relates to the businesses and how we can revive them. I would plead that probably you direct your questions appropriately to the specific ministries. But what I can say is that we hope that we can manage the borders in a manner that we ameliorate the impact.
Mr. Speaker.
You want to add to number 3?
That would be
I think you got the third one.
This is the third. Please.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. This is
yes,
the third.
you can go on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Minister, your ministry is a cabinet ministry. Is it the case that in the decision to close the borders, no consideration was made to alleviate the suffering of the people who live along the borders? Is that the case?
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to say that the situation of border towns was carefully and strictly analyzed. And that's what I talked to you, just like the situation that you are explaining in Aflao. The fact still remains that a certain minimum activity continues. Farming on both sides of the borders is a known fact. I can see you laugh, we know it. And of course, schooling, we do know that it's also a kind of existing. In fact, we take these things into consideration, and we especially directed that the COVID vaccines be directed at those communities because they are most vulnerable as far as this is concerned. And so these are the ways in which we've tried to deal with the matter. What is now left is we ourselves could mobilize our people. For instance, we have closed the border to human movement. We haven't closed it to goods. We have not. We have not. Yes, please, trucks come in and go out. So we check on the truck to make sure that it's not being abused to bring in more people, but the goods come in. Our problem is that most of our people are smallholders. So could we organize and see how we can deal with the border authorities as far as these things are concerned, so that they can also pass as rules that can go either way, is possible, and we can engage that. So it is a matter that is serious, and we consider it seriously. Thank you.
Any supplementary from any member? Yes, let me give it to you because you've been standing up for some time now. Yes, Honorable Dafiamapo.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, may I find out from the Honorable Minister whether the decision by the ECOWAS heads of state and governments during their 60th ordinary session meeting held in Abuja in December, as part of the communique released, was that they will open the borders of all member countries on the first day of January 2022. And the communique had been released. And so I want to find out that we are in February 2022. Why other countries in the sub-region have opened their borders pursuant to that communique, but Ghana hasn't followed suit. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, that, permit me, I want to be careful that I don't use a word that might not be parliamentary suitable. It has been taken to open the borders as of 1st February. No, it's not on. Yes, there was a publication on media. There was. I have chaired ECOWAS Ministers of Interior meeting in Abuja. I have been part of the security heads of the sub-region in Accra, Labadi, and I want to assure you that the borders of Togo, Burkina Faso, and Cote d'Ivoire remain closed as I speak to you. They are closed as I speak to you. They are not open, but we still try to manage the affairs in such a way that we eliminate the situation. For instance, 6 trucks of cyanide were being sent to Burkina Faso, stopped at Paga. We do not say because the borders are closed, that no, but we are ensuring that even in that activity, we eliminate extremist participation to our detriment. And so we insist that on both sides, security should help. But as far as the closure of borders are concerned, they are still closed.
Right Honourable Speaker, I am grateful to you for the opportunity. So, Speaker, with your permission, I want to read from the communique issued by ECOWAS after its 59th ordinary session meeting on the 19th of June in Accra, chaired by ECOWAS Chairman, Mr. Speaker, and President of Ghana, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Yes. 19th of June 2021, 59th ordinary session of the Authority of Heads of State and Government, chaired by His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana and Chair of the Authority. The following heads of state were in attendance: His Excellency Patrice Talon, President of the Republic of Benin, Roch Marok Christian Kabori, now I should say former President of Burkina Faso. But because of time, I want to go to the main issue, the gravamen of the matter. Item number 12, quote, the authority charges the President of the Commission to work with member states and WAHO on the modalities to accelerate the reopening of land borders in a safe manner during the pandemic, in line with the agreed ECOWAS harmonized guidelines for free movement of people and goods during this pandemic, unquote. Item number 12. So, Mr. Speaker, my question is, what steps is Ghana taking following this ECOWAS decision to accelerate the opening of the land borders, as ECOWAS heads of state have agreed at a meeting chaired by our president? What steps are you taking to accelerate? And do you have timelines? When will our land borders be opened? Because the suffering is excruciating. Our people are really, really suffering, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Minister. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm very happy about the quotation that has come from the Honorable Member of Parliament. The ECOWAS Commission President was asked to work with member states to achieve a certain result. That is not a definite decision that by this time it should be. May I land? I went to Abuja. This year to chair a meeting. And all this is done in the context of security. And you, being a prominent member of the Foreign Affairs Subcommittee, know what has happened since then. Since then, you do know Northern Benin has been hit. Northern Togo has been hit. Northern Cote d'Ivoire has been hit. 8 kilometers to Ghana have been hit. Those are the things that come into the consideration of making sure that these things. What are we doing to accelerate it? We have put our defense arrangements together, working together to make sure that we fortify the security within which we can then continue to enjoy as much as possible the free movement of goods and services, which is in our mutual interest, of course, because the impact of COVID-19 on our economies must be ameliorated. But I'm telling you that since June, a lot has happened to make it impossible to achieve as at now. On Saturday, another level of security is taking place, but I can assure you that concrete measures are being taken to make sure that we actually consolidate and then we can deal with it. So it's within the context of the dictates of our security that it hasn't happened so far, but we are committed to making it happen as soon as arrangements are effectively in place. Thank you.
Honorable members, I think that is sufficient for the honorable member is the honorable representative of Ododo constituency. His border now is the sea. Well, nobody asked any question concerning the sea border. So I'll permit you, then we can now go to the next question, standing in the name of Ms. Comfort Doyo Kujo. Yes, please.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I'm asking this in a bit confused mode. After
that, the second deputy speaker will take the chair.
Now,
I have to attend to some other commitments. Yes, please.
As at now, the conditions prevalent, is it the fear or the threats of, let me say, insurgents or some rebel activity or that is keeping the borders closed, or the COVID? Because the borders were closed due to the COVID. If today the COVID is relaxed, is this still relevant for it to be closed, or the fear of what is happening around West Africa is what is keeping our borders closed?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Yes, historically, the decision to close was first dictated by the COVID. But as the security situation deteriorated and we saw certain movements that really we needed to check, security then became part of the reason why. You recall that I had earlier been invited to this August House on the question of why security agencies had been moved to the borders. Certainly, if the motivation was merely COVID, then what you needed was medical teams and not security teams. So yes, security became part of it. But I want to emphasize that it's not because of fear of security. We are not afraid as a collective in the sub-region, but we are conscious of our obligations to our citizenry to make sure that we protect them against the activities of a handful of extremists. So yes, it has become the case, and I believe, my honorable, you know that the Gulf of Guinea has its own challenges that we need to work on, and that we are working on. So we are not afraid. We are convinced that we will work and solve these problems as soon as possible. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Member for Efitu.
Honorable Minister, from your answer, is it your case that all steps are being taken to ensure that citizens living along the borders are not impoverished? Is that what you are telling us? Because the member who asked was concerned about human activities, the commercial activities, because the borders have closed. Are you saying that steps are being taken to ensure that citizens are not impoverished as a result of the border closure?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you. Right Honorable Speaker, two major things that guide us. First, the security of the border communities. Because for an enabling or conducive macro environment for business, must be security. Must be security. People must feel safe to go to their farms, feel safe to move around, to engage. Is important. And then the activities of the citizenry. Both are very important, and we are doing the best we can in the circumstances to make good our obligations to our citizenry in those regards.
Very well. Let me come to Honorable Member for Ada, Honorable Comfort Doyo Kujo, on question number 540. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Interior measures put in place to address complaints filed at the police station in relation to the cybercrime and or impersonation of members of Parliament and or ministers of state on social media platforms, leading to the defrauding of unsuspecting people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Right, Honorable Speaker. The police administration, in collaboration with UNICEF and the support of the government of Ghana, has set up an ultra-modern digital forensic laboratory at the cybercrime unit of the Criminal Investigation Department of the Ghana Police Service. The setting of the forensic laboratory is to enable Ghana Police deal effectively with emerging incidents of cyber fraud using name and identities of high-profile personalities to defraud unsuspecting victims, including the use of mobile money payment system. Right Honorable Speaker, the police administration has additionally set up a special cybercrime investigation section that handles cyber-related offenses. There is also a cyber patrol section which serves through the cyberspace to detect and prevent any cybercrime activities. Right Honorable Speaker, it is pertinent to note that a lot of successes have been chalked in the fight against cybercrime. Over 2,000 Facebook accounts have been taken off over the last 3 years, and several arrests of suspects perpetrating those crimes have been made and prosecuted, while others are at various stages of investigations. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to advise the general public, and especially high-profile personalities like my colleagues here, to report to the cyber unit of the CID on any impersonation of their social media handle for immediate action. Thank you. Right on.
Yes, Honorable Comfort, any supplementary question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as you said, we should report any such incident to the police or the crime unit. I arrested one myself, including I used my aid and we arrested one. And I sent him to the Kotobabi police station and they started working on it. I went to police headquarters to the cybercrime unit to inform them. 2 years on, 11th January 2020, they are still doing investigation. Meanwhile, we arrested them with evidence. And I had the culprit to the police at Kotobabi police station. And when I asked, they said the court has given a letter to MTN to provide more information. I don't know, apart from the evidence I gave them, I don't know what they are looking from MTN. And 2 years old, from 11 January to 2020, still, they are still doing investigation. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the minister, how long will it take them to finish an investigation before prosecution? Because it's long overdue. A woman managed to arrest somebody who has impersonated me. Then I hand over to the police. Then they just make the case useless case. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to assure my colleague that no court has said it's useless case here. It's quite, we are not there yet. But it's a matter of concern that you say since 11th January 2020. First, I would like you to understand that asking MTN to give them some information might well be necessary, but it shouldn't be the reason why there should be such a delay. As a matter of fact, the new IGP has said that cases that are delayed, a special search department has now been set up to deal with that. So I would like to know the name of your suspect and to find out at what stage the investigation is. But it's certainly not for us to kill the matter because we are all not safe as far as that is concerned. So I'll be glad to get the name of your suspect and to deal with it and to draw the IGP's attention to the fact that this must be one of the cases that he set up the cold cases department to deal with. And I'm sure we would make some progress. So I'm expecting feedback from 2 honorable members with specific information in this regard. Thank you.
Yes, honorable member.
Mr. Speaker, apart from the long answers the minister gave and the paperwork, still these impersonators are on social media day in, day out, especially recruitment time, and they use our names and use so many means to get money in our names. And there is a whole setup. And we have not seen on TV or here in anywhere one day that they have even moving to arrest anybody by themselves. So what are you putting in place to make sure that the police are as doing to make sure they arrest people who are impersonating us? Because the poor people in the village are suffering in the hands of these people. They send their messages that bring 500 for a form, and then they will send to them because they don't even have network where they are to follow what is going on. So, Mr. Minister, please, that portion, that side of the police that is working on the cyber crime, we should see more actions. They should leave the offices and make sure they track those people. We are pleading.
Honorable member, are you advising or you are personal?
No, are they put in place so that the police will come out from their office and do the arrest themselves, so that we don't go around arresting people ourselves?
Right Honorable Speaker, I do understand the concerns of my colleague. I'm one of those whose name is used, and I sat in my office and a number of people came and said they brought the money. I said, what money is that? That somebody told them they should bring some amount of money for recruitment. We all suffer it, and I share with you. What I take from your intervention is that you want to see concrete evidence of what they are doing, and I'm prepared to let them probably publish some of the things. Who are those who have been sent to court and convicted and sentenced? I know a number of people have done that. We should have that, and I would be happy to let you know that. But we should never give up. We should continue, and I'm fully with you on that matter. All of us suffer it, and the victims are our own constituents, unsuspecting constituents who are being exploited. So, right Honorable Speaker, I can assure you that I empathize with you, but I still want to know the name of the suspect as my entry point in meeting the IGP on this matter. Thank you.
Honorable, are you not satisfied? Okay, you may take your final.
Mr. Speaker, the minister should assure us police stations that receive cases and they don't just take it serious because they feel they do selective which one to take serious and work on. They should assure us so that they know that the minister is serious now, or there are serious measures put in place for police stations that will receive cases that will not work on them, how to deal with them, please.
Minister, assure us with measures.
Right Honorable Speaker, I give the assurance, but not just in words. I can assure you that the IGP is actually taking steps against police who delay in these investigations. I can assure you that is happening, and I'm going to emphasize that. Just as I told you that there was a patrol session of the cyber, it's not to say that we are fully in control. We are not. And of course, when you give me the name of the suspect, we'll be able to tell where it started. It's a Kotobabi police station, and see how much delay was caused there. The other thing we have to consider is probably to expand the cyber crimes department and make sure that they are in more police stations, because my it is possible that several police stations do not have that expertise, and therefore when you go and report, they might just record it as a normal case. These are all things that I can take up with the IGP, and I assure you there will be action. Thank you.
Yes, let me come to the Honourable Member for Kolikroti.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity. I'd like to inquire from the Minister what has come of the list of names of members of Parliament who are on social media. Their accounts were meant to be verified. We submitted all our details. What has been done with regards to the verification of our accounts to make it easier for the fake accounts to be shut down? Because our details were taken over a year ago, and we still haven't had any feedback, because this would serve as a means of guiding the police or cybercrime units on which accounts are fake.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Right, Honourable Speaker, I want to follow up on that. As I said, I don't know the stage of it, but certainly this is a step that should help in dealing with that. So I would like to check up with the IGP.
Very well. Let me come to you, Member for Kita.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to find out from the Minister that cybercrime is a specialized area where only police headquarters have specialty. What plans is he having towards regions and then divisional command with regards to cybercrime?
Very well. Yes, Honourable Minister.
Right, Honourable Speaker, I think what the Honourable Member has read is spot on. It is an expertise that is not widespread within the police. And that's why in one of my answers I said we need to look at it and see now with the cyber authority that has been, the board was sworn in last week, we should work together. That is a pervasive threat to the country, and therefore, yes, we will need, but then we will need equipment and also this, but why not? We should. I would consult and see how quickly we can do that. But that is the problem. That knowledge is only within the cybercrime department. And as I stand here, I cannot say the staff strength. That's what it is. I need to check how many people are involved and how well distributed are they. Right, Honourable Speaker, that is a point that we should take seriously to make all of us safer. Thank you.
Very well. Honourable members, let's turn to other paper addendum. Other paper. We have 3 questions for Honourable Minister for Interior. We want to deal with that before. There's one more. Oh, very well, very well. So let's come back to question number 741. But Honourable Yomi, you've already asked question to the minister. Is that all right?
Mr.
Anyway,
Speaker,
you may go on. You may go on with the question.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for the Interior the measures in place to get rid of the proliferation of illegal arms and ammunition which are being used to perpetrate heinous crimes across the country.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. It is an undeniable fact that the uncontrolled proliferation of small arms and light weapons into the country results in untold human suffering, thus undermining development and socio-economic growth. Crimes such as robberies, murders, rape, armed violence, conflict, land and chieftaincy disputes are attributable to the easy access to illicit weapons. This serious situation calls for a concerted effort of all well-meaning Ghanaians to avert the social cost of proliferation and the misuse of small arms. Right, Mr. Speaker, to address the situation, the police administration, in collaboration with other security agencies and stakeholders, such as the National Commission on Small Arms and Light Weapons, have developed a strategy to monitor, control, arrest, and prosecute persons involved in illicit arms transactions in the country. The following measures have been put in place. 1. The employment of intelligence-led police operations to search for and recover illegal weapons. And right over this, I can tell you, we are raking in a lot under this operation. Second, stringent measures are put in place at the various entry points to check illegal arms and detect concealed firearms in shipment containers. 3, there are efforts in place to mark all categories of weapons at the magazines of security agencies in the country, using the ECOWAS unique marking code. This will make it easier for weapons to be identified and traced to a particular security agency in the event such a weapon is found at any crime scene. This is aimed at improving the physical security and stockpile management of weapons and prevent the temptation of elements within the security agencies from pilfering arms belonging to the state. 4, the laws which frown on manufacturing of arms are constantly monitored. Any blacksmiths found to be manufacturing guns are not spared. The monitoring exercise has led to the arrest of some blacksmiths in the eastern region who were reported to be providing locally manufactured guns to armed robbers. Right, Honorable Speaker, I must also indicate that the National Commission on Small Arms and Light Weapons has been embarking on public education and sensitization programs to educate the citizenry on the dangers associated with the proliferation of weapons. I take this opportunity to urge the public to provide information to the security agencies for swift intervention to arrest smugglers of small arms and light weapons and criminals in general. This will help in reducing the armed-related crimes in the country. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm aware of a few occasions where some individuals who claim they have information on some of these, but I don't know, would want some monetary, inducement before they give a vital information such as this. Some monetary, when incentives sort of. So I was of the view, even though I urged them, would the minister and government consider putting in place some of these incentives, motivate people for vital information, and must not just be expression of it and then not really carrying it out, because we have seen occasions where people do give vital information and have not been given what they have been promised. Will you consider where it is announced that, look, when you provide this and it leads to the arrest, these are some of the things you can get? Won't that help? Yes, so will you consider that?
Yes, Honorable. Right, Honorable Speaker, I can confirm that the IGP has put in place that system. And indeed, right now, and indeed, that is the approach that has helped to achieve the arrest that will be made. So if you have anybody, appropriately direct them, and we'll make sure you connect to the IGP, we would be prepared to motivate.
Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Minister. As part of your measures, you indicated by law, local manufacturing is not allowed. And so you've identified it as those that are normally in the business of locally manufacturing arms are the blacksmiths. Would it be prudent to initiate a system where you identify these local manufacturers and register them, license them, build capacity, and let them be able to codify whatever they produce, and where you can go through a regime of noting how many of such is produced and the sale process and all that, in such a way that you will be able to even take stock of the quantities that are in the country, and who has bought them, and etc., than saying outright ban, when in actual fact, they hide and manufacture them anyway.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I believe, and I will need to engage the National Commission on Small Arms and Light Weapons on this matter. But we do have an idea of those blacksmiths who produce some of these. We would rather that, but you have to engage them first before you would then be able to control them. Yes, I believe that we'll do that, but as I stand here, I need to find out from the National Commission on Small Arms to what extent that system is working. I do not have the data now, but I'm sure subsequently I can get the data from them. Thank you.
Finally,
you've exhausted your
Mr. Speaker, it's so important that the education aspect, where you've indicated the work of the Commission on Small Arms and Light Weapons, on maybe building capacity of the citizenry on the harmful effects of this and so on. But I don't think it's going down well, or you are deepening the education well. You haven't probably decentralized it to the constituencies or the various districts. Will you consider that, so that at least many more out there in the hinterland where some of these local manufacturings, for instance, take place, and the harmful effect they may not know, but also get themselves involved? And so how do you ensure that the aspect of education really gets to every little cranny of the country, where people can appreciate the harmful nature and probably regulate the process if possible by law, and then get good outcome? Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the National Commission on Small Arms and Light Weapons is decentralized. They are establishing a number of regional offices, and I think in that process they'll be able to increase their catchment area and be able to listen. But yes, we have recognized that. I think they are working towards establishing in 11 regions. I need to find out what the progress is, but there is an agenda to do that. And I can agree with you more that education is very, very important, and we would have to do more than we are doing now. Thank you.
Let me come to our West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to take the opportunity to ask a follow-up question on the proliferation of small arms and light weapons in the sub-region in an era of terrorism. I think that this is a very serious matter. Mr. Speaker, the question is, when the white man manufactures a gun, it is good for us to go and buy. When the black man manufactures, it is an illegality and will get him arrested, and try to change his profession and let him do other things. Honorable Minister, are you considering professionalizing the local metal works so that weapons can actually be produced here and certified for use by the local people? It's a talent and we can't kill it. What do you think? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm not aware that we have created the impression that guns produced by the white man or outside are admissible here, except by permit. So you know, as a professional, that even if you want to buy a gun, you apply to the Ministry of Interior and we would deal with it. But yes, that is why when the Honorable Woyome talked about the blasphemy, I did not blanketly say they should not produce. I said we would need to register them to be able to monitor them and moving forward to know how we can ensure that just like those that are imported, if they are equally efficient, that we rather register rather than kill industry. But let me emphasize, whether locally or foreign produce, all arms and light weapons are illegal except you granted a permit to handle the same. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity once again. Day in, day out, a lot of illegal arms are entering into the country, and some are already existing in the country. I would like to find from the minister, will he consider moratorium where they will give a grace period in terms of controlling arms in the small arms in the country, where you give a moratorium for people voluntarily to register those arms, so that it will serve as a knowing and tracking those arms as people will register it, rather than going through the rigorous process, and you give some moratorium to allow free voluntary registration for a period and then close the period, so that it will serve as an intervention in controlling the small arm. What is your take on that?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the National Commission on Arms and Small Arms and Light Weapons has given that before. We need to let them tell us what was the outcome of it, to analyze so that scientifically we can move forward. Much as I agree with you, that is an attractive idea, but we must be careful that we don't set up a practice by which from time to time we legitimize illegal importation of arms. But yes, we've done it before. I would need to find out what the impact was and see how feasible, how effective that would be. But what you should know is that if you come forward to register, we are not going to arrest you simply because you do so. If you offer, we are not going to arrest you. But if you don't offer and we catch you, then you are illegally in possession. Thank you.
Finally, let me give the last question to Honorable Member for Kote.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Would the Minister consider, perhaps, given that his submission today is in support of the local gun manufacturers, creating a register of certified blacksmiths who manufacture weapons, the way we have with the Medical Council and the traditional medical practitioners, in order to give them a formal means by which they can join a recognized group that's perhaps legally accepted? Because a lot of them are in hiding because of fear of some kind of action being taken against them. So by the minister's admission today, they are not being hunted down, so to speak, I beg your pardon, but there is nothing against them provided they are certified. So is there going to be a register they can be placed, provided they fulfill the criteria, so that they are recognized local gun manufacturers, for example?
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I've taken note of the Honourable Member of Parliament's intervention. We would continue to do what we are doing under the National Small Arms and Light Weapons, but the timing now would not be right for us to open up as if we want to increase the manufacture of small arms. But certainly it's a thing that we need to discuss with the National commission, and we'll do so at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Honorable members, James, no. James, no. Honorable members, let's turn to the addendum paper. We have 3 questions for the same minister, so you answer it and you say bye-bye to him. So let me invite Honorable Member for Tamale Central, Honorable Ibrahim Mutara Mohammed. Honorable, the minister is available. Ask him your question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for the Interior the state of the investigation into the alleged brutalization of the people of Changli in the Tamale Central constituency on the 18th of April 2020.
It is no longer an alleged. Put it on.
Honorable member, before the minister responds to the question, let me indulge you to allow me to extend sitting beyond the normal times. So, Minister, you may now answer your question.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, on 16 April 2020, at about 700 hours, upon a complaint of stealing reported by one Bernard Wasa against Sadatu Mohammed Idrisu of Chengli, number 40906, Detective Sergeant Felix Amakwando in charge, number 41440, Detective Corporal Simon Buama, number 6553, Detective Police Woman Corporal Rita Abajiwa, and number 54895, Detective Constable Samuel Ejapong, on board service vehicle number NR 9997-19, driven by the same Detective Sergeant Felix Amakwando, together with complainant, went to the house of suspect Sadatu Mohammed Idris to effect her arrest. The suspect was met in her house and was arrested and handcuffed. A young man believed to be the son of the suspect emerged at the scene and mobilized other residents of Changli, numbering about 500. They attacked the police and the suspect from lawful custody. The rampaging youth then pounced on police officers and beat them to pulp, resulting in Detective Police Woman Rita Abajiwa falling unconscious and pushed into a gutter. The youth then escaped with the suspect and the handcuffs. A distress call was made to the control room and reinforcement team dispatched to the scene. They managed to rescue the police victim and took number 6553, Detective Police Woman Corporal Rita Abajiwa, to the Tamale Teaching Hospital for treatment, where she was admitted for 72 hours and issued a police medical form. Mr. Speaker, number 40906, Detective Sergeant Felix Amakwanda, number 41440, Detective Corporal Simon Buama, and number 54895, Detective Constable Samuel Ejapong, who sustained various injuries, were also treated at the Tamale Teaching Hospital and discharged. Afterwards, police medical report forms were issued to them and same were endorsed by the medical officers at the hospital. On 17th April 2020, at about 10:00 hours, the Assemblyman of Chagli, electoral area, Honorable Ibrahim brought in suspect Sadatu Mohammed Idrisu, who had been rescued by the mob with the handcuffs to the Tamale Central Police Station. She was rearrested, cautioned with the offense of assault on public officer and resisting arrest, and she was detained to assist with investigations. Suspect was put before the district court and the case is still ongoing. On 18th April 2020, at 0300 hours, the police conducted a swoop at Changli where the 4 police officers were attacked. 4 persons, namely Black Jesus, Cholo, More Money, and Palala, were identified as the ringleaders who instigated the attack on the police officers. The 4 officers were put before the court, awaiting the full recovery of the policewoman who was injured during the incident to testify as the prosecuting witness. Same day, Right Honorable Speaker, information received by the police command indicated that residents of Chagli community were attacking police officers and other tribes who were not indigents. Based on this information, police dispatched their men to the area to restore peace. Upon seeing the arrival of the police, the residents pelted the police officers with stones and other offensive implements. The police, who were surrounded by the crowd, fired warning shots to disperse the mob. On 20th April 2020, one Mohammed Kamil Baba, a journalist reporting for TV Africa in Tamale, later came to the police station and reported that he was at the scene covering the incident when he was hit by an object believed to be a pellet. He was issued with police medical form to attend hospital and returned seen indoors by the medical officer. The case is still under investigation. The docket has been forwarded to the Attorney General's Department for advice. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Tala.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I was listening to the minister, I was wondering whether the report was actually written in a different planet. As a matter of fact, the gentleman who was paralyzed as a result of the brutalization of the police in Changli is not even an indigent. So for a report to state that there was evidence that the residents in Changli were attacking non-indigents, I think it is just absolutely bizarre and unacceptable. The gentleman who is paralyzed, and his only crime is that he was living in Changli at the time.
So, Honorable, frame your question.
He gave the background and I'm giving the background.
Before you ask.
Mr. Speaker, my question is simple. If someone was suspected to have manhandled police officers, the police has the capacity to arrest the person. They have the capacity to do their investigation, gather their intelligence to arrest the person. In your response, you have indicated that the assemblyman brought the suspect to the police. Clearly, it tells you that the residents in that area are reasonable beings.
Honorable Mutala.
And the incident, Mr. Speaker, the brutalization didn't happen at just one area. Changli is a residence of thousands of people. Several homes were entered into. A school bus was vandalized by men in uniform.
Honorable Mutala.
So
the minister is here to answer your questions, but it's like you are giving commentary. Just ask the question for the minister to answer. So all what you are saying, just frame it in the question.
Mr. Speaker, if the minister in his response had said, investigation is ongoing, but the minister gave us a background, and it is appropriate that for me to ask the question, I need to give the background.
So give the question. Come out.
My question is, what was the crime of even the school bus which was vandalized by men in uniform? were you told, as the Minister for Interior, that the police entered into people's rooms? Some of the people who were molested, they molested them in their bedrooms. Were you informed?
Yes, Minister.
Right, Honorable Speaker. I want to state it clearly that at no point in my answer did I refer to any people as being unreasonable. I did not. I did not. He said they are reasonable, and I did not. What I have said is that the docket has been forwarded to the Attorney General for advice. That is where it is now. So, no charges have come out yet. Who has done what? And in my answer, I told you that a journalist of TV Africa came out and also made an allegation. Right, Honorable Speaker, the matter is being referred to the Attorney General for advice, and I would entreat the Honorable Member to wait for the outcome of the advice, which will then tell us who did what. So far, this statement does not convict anybody of any wrong.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's been almost 2 years. It's been almost 2 years. As the representative of the people, I know a gentleman who, by the way, Honourable Minister, is not an indigent, is paralyzed as a result of those who have sworn an oath to protect lives and property. Those people whose comfort and safety are ensured by the taxes of the residents of Chanley. That gentleman is paralyzed. 2 years, almost 2 years. And the response we get is that it's being investigated. When will the investigation be complete?
Yes. The Member of Parliament has got it wrong. The investigation has ended and the docket has been sent to the Attorney General's Department. That's what I told you. The investigation has been completed and the docket is at the Attorney General's Department. And Honourable Member, yes, I can understand your concerns and your feelings, but your residents should be told that now the matter is at the Attorney General's. The investigations have been completed, and so there is progress. Thank you.
Well. Your final supplementary question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the residents who are watching this program live want to know what happens to those victims occasioned by the actions of police officers. Because in your response, you are telling us those who were arrested for allegedly manhandling the police officers. We want to know the victims the police brutalized. What has been the state of that?
Minister, are you minded to answer the question? Okay, very well.
Right, Honourable Speaker, the matter at the office of the Attorney General of Ghana, I cannot make any comment on it. There is no outcome of the advice. Whether people have been injured or not, all that will be contained in advice. And right, Honourable Speaker, I think that the work of the Interior Minister is suspended till after the advice of the Attorney General. But I can assure you that the police have taken steps to deal with any officer who has gone against the law, and you see in some of the answers that I'll give to you. And please, the matter is at the Attorney General's, and the matter has not been determined, and everybody is presumed innocent until convicted. When convicted, all those who are adversely affected by the actions, appropriate decisions will be taken by courts of competent jurisdiction.
Honorable Mutal, I come to you on question number II on the addendum paper. Honorable members, this is constituency specific. The question is on Tamale Central.
And nephew stays at Kimberley.
It doesn't matter. I'm not giving you the opportunity. Honorable Bauer, I'm not giving you the opportunity. Honorable Motala, take the second question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, but we still want to know whether the report involved the brutalization of the people by the police themselves. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for the Interior the state of the investigation, yet again in Tamale. I don't know what the crime of the people of Tamale is. Investigation in the alleged molestation of residents of Nakanzo in the Tamale Metropolitan Assembly in 2021. By the way, it was captured on national television and the entire social media.
Very well, Honorable Minister.
Then, Honorable Speaker, just on the latter side, I wanted my brother to know that what comes on TV and social media probably belongs to the Minister of Information. But I will give the answer and you see what we've done. On 21st September 2021, at about 9:00 hours, the Northern Region Command intercepted 3 separate video recordings circulating on social media, which showed some police officers from the Regional Police Command molesting suspects allegedly connecting electricity to their homes in some parts of Tamale. The Regional Command therefore commenced investigation into the issue. The videos were carefully examined by the command, and 4 police personnel of the Regional Police Counter-Terrorism Unit, RCTU, Tamale, were identified. On 21st September 2021, 4 officers identified on the video assaulting the suspects' victims were interdicted. Please listen and sorry, don't ask me a question. The 4 officers were interdicted and they are currently facing administrative disciplinary procedure. On 21st September 2021, at about 21:30 hours, the Regional Police Commander visited the victims and extended to them the unconditional apologies on behalf of the Inspector General of Police and the police administration. A team of clinical psychologists dispatched by the IGP from the police headquarters Accra also offered counseling services to the victims and their families. Findings: 1. The duty was lawful. A complaint was filed by VRA NEDCO officials, including Samuel Marvelous Kumi, Loss Control Supervisor VRA NEDCO, and Emmanuel Ofori, Security Officer VRA NEDCO, at the Regional CID, and officers were detailed to effect the arrest of the suspects identified. 2. 8 police officers, comprising 2 detectives and 6 RCTU officers, were detailed to assist the NEDCO officials trace and arrest the suspects identified. During the arrest of the suspects, 4 RCTU officers subjected the suspects and arrest to whipping with wire embedded in rubber cables. 4. The apparatus wire embedded in rubber cables used by the officers to whip the suspects is not a police accoutrement. As such, its use was unlawful. 5. 7 victims suffered the abuses of the officers, but one of them decided not to cooperate with the investigators, leaving 6 persons on record to have suffered at the hands of the police. 6. From the medical reports of victims, it is evident that all the 6 victims suffered various degrees of bodily harm as a result of assault meted out to them by the officers. However, only 3 victims are directly linked to the scene. for RCTU.
It's a fresh start to 2022, and as usual, I'm back with a lot more spice on your favorite talkatainment. Yes, on this episode, we'll find out how medicine married arts and entertainment. Yes, so I know I'm getting you confused, but when we come back, we'll find out more about what I'm talking about. This is yours truly, Elsie Lamar, and you are watching Talkatainment on GhanaWeb TV. Don't go away. And we are back from that quick breather. As usual, this show is proudly brought to you by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has all you want from juices, smoothies, jollof, fried rice, spaghetti, and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday. With only 49 cedis, you get one small pizza, fries, and chicken. One Coca-Cola drink at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesdays at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesdays at 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be a part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Also remember to start your weekend with special jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza branches every Friday. Call 0244 133 397 0244 133 397 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your way. And on to the next thing. Yes, I stated in my intro that our guest for today, I don't know, he's within the arts and entertainment industry, but at the same time, he's doing something more formal. So we have arts here and we have medicine here. We have here the one and only Obi Amponsa. You are welcome, Obi.
Thank you, Elsie. How are you doing?
I'm fine.
It's good to see you.
It's good to see you too.
You're looking fabulous.
Thank you, you too.
Oh, stop it.
So I was expecting you to be in something formal.
Yeah. I mean, you caught me on my side job.
Okay.
Yes. We record for the House Hero show. So on Thursdays we do the skits and all that. So yeah, that is what we are doing today.
But
today I'm not in the consulting room.
Oh.
I'm off clinic duties.
I see. But how convenient is that though? You are able to make time for these things. How convenient is it?
Yeah, I'm more of a locum doctor. Yeah, locum doctors are part-time. So maybe somebody's going on the leave for about 2 weeks. They need somebody, an optometrist to fill in for him or her. Then I go and then do that. So I work on my own terms. I'm like a freelancer optometrist. Yeah.
I see. So with all your comedy stuff going on, how do people see you?
The consulting.
At hospitals, like when they see you, how do they react?
Yeah, I thank God for nose mask though. First of all, I thank God for nose mask because usually they see you, they see your eyes, and they go like, "Are you?" And some want you to pull down the nose mask so they confirm. Others just don't care whoever you are. Like maybe they'll recognize you, alright, but they are there for their eyes. And so, but I've had reactions where patients are probably stunned a bit when they realize that I'm the one they see on TV and then they see in the consulting room. Yes, I've had those reactions as well before. But you know, it's a good bitter taste. Like sometimes when you're in the consulting room, you want to be.
Can you recall any of the crazy, encounters you have had with your patients with regards to?
Yeah, like a patient brought, the daughter brought the mom, and then the mom realized that I was the guy on TV and I was also the consulting, the doctor.
Yeah.
And she almost married me to her daughter.
Ooh.
Yeah, because she thought I was quite responsible, you know. Hey, you know, TV so no that was when I was in the central region. So say, Pacho brother, how are you? And I said, oh, they've been worried. And then he called the daughter, very beautiful daughter. He wanted me to marry her. Yeah,
But are you married though?
I'm not married.
So why didn't you also, or she wasn't your spec?
What are you saying?
Oh, you heard me.
Well, I mean, I don't know what happened. We talked.
Or you exchanged numbers.
Yeah, and then we talked.
And what happened?
On to your next.
Anyways, let's delve into the comedy aspect.
Yeah.
What has been like your greatest reward for performing at an event?
When you say greatest reward, are
yes,
you talking about
so
money?
In terms of money.
Money.
Yes.
Money will be the 1,000 laughs. My biggest paycheck so far is at the 1,000 laughs. I think 1,020. One of them, 1,026. The one before the last year's own. It was good, and my biggest exposure would be. So that's the monetary side, but for exposure, that would be when I went to perform in Nigeria, the Lord of the Rings Comedy Festival, with Basket Mouth and a couple of other very talented comedians. It was the first time performing outside the country to a different crowd altogether who didn't understand
with the Ghanaian accent.
You know, yeah. So it was a beautiful moment, and the reception from the Nigerians was awesome, and so. It was one of my best moments. Like so far, I would say that, and then the next one would be me when I hosted my own show at the National Theatre.
But what was some of your observations though?
When I went to Nigeria?
Yeah, on the performing on the Nigerian stage as compared to Ghanaian stage.
Yeah,
and the crowd, organizers, everything.
Yeah, the organization was superb. I was given a 5-star treatment when I landed in Nigeria. Apart from the immigration trying to find something from me, which is everywhere.
Yeah.
Like, so, and then I was picked up from the airport to the island. Is it
what's the name of the island?
Victoria Island?
Victoria
Yes. And then I checked into my hotel at Eco, beautiful Eco Suites.
Eco Suites.
Eco Suite or like, is it suite or suite?
Suites.
Yeah. Suites. So I checked into Eco, and the treatment was awesome. Food, star treatment, boss, have you eaten?
Yeah.
Except for the jollof, but the other foods were awesome.
Except for the jollof?
Yeah, the jollof there.
It's Nigeria jollof in Korea.
Oh, but Ghana jollof, they be past Nigeria jollof. But there are other foods.
Is it true it's like, it tastes like it was made with palm oil?
It tastes like oblayo. Like, the rice is big. That's the problem. I think the rice, the cooking and everything is okay, but the rice is local. It's the big one.
And it's sticky.
Yeah, it doesn't remove one. So that's what makes Nigeria. That's my observation. But their gushi, their oporo, oh goodness. Ogbono. My goodness. I wish I was eating some right now. Their food is awesome. So they treated me well, and the reception on the stage. When I came, a brother from Ghana make some noise for Obi Amponsa. Yeah, and I went on stage. On my right were people, on my left in front of me was a big auditorium, and they laughed from the first joke to the last joke. What I realized was that they laughed at my relatable jokes.
Yeah.
Yes, and I tried as much as possible to do a few researches about the Nigerians.
Yeah.
They are footballers.
Yeah.
So I linked them, and then there are some things that are general.
Yeah, their way of life.
Yeah, makeup is done in Ghana, is done in Nigeria. Yeah. Football, work, and it was awesome. It was
their pronunciations.
That's something I plan on picking on sometime. But COVID came and then we had
funny enough, they feel they speak better than us, like in terms
of
English.
Yeah, shut the door.
Doctor.
But that's this. Yeah, that's and we also feel like our English is way better. The funny thing is we are all using a borrowed language.
I know, right?
Yeah.
You see. So recently, with You being a comedian and all of that, you're an SDA member?
Yes, I'm an SDA church member.
You play instruments in your church as well?
Yeah, I play the keyboard sometimes. Not like full-time keyboardist, but...
Multi-talented.
Oh, stop it.
So has there been any instance where your pastor has called you aside to talk to you about everything that you're doing?
Yeah. My pastor actually has done that a couple of times to put me in the right direction.
What did he say?
He said I should be careful. I should be careful. I don't know where you know. But I am not sure you say in my phone. Oh yes, we will be doing it, and then before you realize, you divert. No frigid. So I'm always being put in check so that I stay in the faith.
So you're a church boy.
Oh, I'm a church boy. I'm a choir master. I do choir rehearsals every Sunday afternoon. I'm a church choir master, district church organist at the Ebenezer SDA Church at Kaswa.
What's the shortest voice training ever for choir masters? I know they have this way of training voices.
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
And what else?
You clear your throat. You wanted the shortest one.
They do something,
Yeah. Usually you can use a song.
Okay.
Like, as a favor, please sing for me the scale of si do re mi fa sol la ti do ti la so fa mi re do, something like that. Or for me, I'm quite innovative. I use Now Today. You know that song? That song helps with your breath control. Can you try it?
Yeah.
So you have to wait for me to finish. Now Today. You get me? Exactly. So, yeah.
So I know everybody must have had his or her breaking point in whatever thing you're doing. So did you at any point want to stop doing comedy?
Yeah. I had my first big time breaking point. I've said this on a lot of interviews. At the 1,000, my second time on 1,000 Laughs. I was billed to perform. I was hot then in 2016, August.
Yeah. So now you're not hot again?
Oh no, those days, like 2016, when I was coming out. Yeah, so I've blown twice. I blew in 2016. And then the flame was doused because I literally flopped on that night. I did jokes that I had not tried anywhere before. And as a comedian, before you try a joke, you should, on a big stage, you should have tried it on smaller spaces like clubs, comedy clubs, pubs, a place with 50 people. And then when it works, that sample size is representative enough of the people you are going to perform to. I did not do that. So I thought I was super. And I was humbled on that stage. I almost gave up. What encouraged me was I had a show the next day in Takrade, the Sunday. And so I even called the guy that cannot come for the show. Looking at the state I was in, he said if I do not come, his show would flop. And so I went for that show, and I vented on them. Yeah, it went so good that I paused and I asked myself, so what happened the previous night? And then I realized the mistake I did.
But what exactly did you do on the stage?
The performance?
Yes.
It was jokes that I had not rehearsed with anybody, like with people. And so though there was laughter, it wasn't to the level I was expecting it. And people were expecting so much from me that I shortchanged them in that performance. So it felt like I didn't do well.
Okay.
I almost quit. It took a lot of people to call me. Clemento Suarez called me to talk to me about my performance. He said, Charlie, I should just take it in good faith and then work on it.
Oh,
so,
sorry. Speaking of bad jokes, I heard that...
Don't go there.
No, I'm not going in. I'll go there. You can't tell me where to go.
Okay.
Speaking of bad jokes, I heard that there was a point in time you were very depressed after that Mahama joke.
Yeah.
And then they took you to a strip club.
Elsie, where did you get this
Please,
one?
excuse. Yes.
Please cut this
No, they took you to a strip club. So what happened there?
What happened at
where the strippers?
What?
Hello, you
so,
remember?
Yeah, I do remember.
Yes.
A friend to help me kill my depression.
Yeah.
Suggested that looking at the bottoms of women would probably calm me down, and it did calm me down. So
how did it calm you down? Tell us, take us
God
through.
created human beings, especially men, to be calmed by the profound features of women. So yeah,
if you lie, I'll know. I know the story. So tell us how it went.
So I'm telling you that I went to the strip club. They asked me, do I want a fair or you want the experience? I'm telling you.
Yeah.
They asked me, do I want a fair lady or I want a dark lady? And then I went for fair, and they gave me the lady who they gave me. They called a lady called Happiness. Then Happiness came.
Ooh.
Yeah, and apparently if you have to touch her, you have to pay something. And so she asked me, she wasn't Ghanaian. I think she was either Nigerian or Liberian. You want to touch? I said yes. He said 10 cedis. Then I'll pay, and then maybe
you hold her breast.
Yeah, hold her breast.
Hey, God.
Yeah.
Papa.
And it helped with my depression.
Okay. So, with all these experiences and all that, how far can a comedian go with insensitive jokes? Learning from your experience.
Yeah, I think a joke is a joke. Okay. We are living in a sensitive world right now, and the problem is that you have to be careful who is listening to the joke, because a joke that is funny to you may not be funny to somebody else, and a joke is a lot funnier when it's not about you. And so if we begin to understand what a joke is, then we would know what to deal with when it comes to jokes. So jokes literally mean don't take it serious. And so if somebody makes a joke about something like I did with the name Mahama, it wasn't a malicious intent. It was because I felt I could joke around it. And as a comedian, you need to bear the consequences of your joke.
Let's take a short breather here. I know this is getting more wavy, but when we come back, we have so much more for you. Don't go away.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Welcome back. If you just joined us, you're watching Talk Assignments on GhanaWeb TV, and we have here the very handsome, the very handsome Obi Amponsa. We're still here vibing.
Yeah, we're vibing.
You live at Kaswa, right?
Yeah, I live at Liberia Camp.
Budumburam.
Yeah, Budumburam.
Okay. But you've heard that they are transforming your toll booth into a toilet.
Yeah, can you imagine?
What's your
yeah, it's funny because we thought the toll booths were causing traffic, okay? And they took away the toll booths and the traffic intensified.
Ooh.
And now they want to bring washrooms on the highway.
Yes.
How pressed are you that you'd want to stop on the highway to take
and toward
and then you be there, you hear yes, because there are vendors there.
I know.
It was like what's happening?
You know,
it's crazy. You be there in the washroom and the ambulance will be passing with it. Like I don't think they are going to implement it. I think the minister said it out of jest. He was just like, okay, let me put in, like, what came in his mind? Like, I've thought of it. Like, he saw it, and like, okay, well, maybe we shouldn't take it off. Maybe we should let people pee. Because he doesn't like the fact that they go by the roadside.
Obi,
yes,
if you like a girl so much and the girl tells you that no sex before marriage, would you still pull through or not?
Yeah, I'll pull through.
Hey, why?
Yeah. I mean, if I like her so much, yeah, I would make that sacrifice and then get married to her quickly.
So would you make that sacrifice and stay, or you would maintain a side?
No, I mean, I'm a faithful guy in a relationship, so why is the Rabna yawning when I said I'm a faithful guy in a relationship?
Because
because what?
No, can we continue?
Do you have anything?
No.
Talk. Like, let the people
No,
know.
like, I'm surprised. Well, okay, that's your answer though. That is fine.
What have you heard about me?
No, men.
Men. Well, like I've told you, unless you have an answer to that question, this is my answer to you.
That you stay faithful.
Yes.
And not even explore others.
No, not at all.
So what would you do? You
What?
masturbate?
No, I don't masturbate.
You've never masturbated?
Is that a question part of the interview?
No, like we are going somewhere. It's a follow-up.
It's a follow-up. Like
Yeah.
I've never. What?
No, you said you don't. So I'm asking you whether you used to and you stopped.
With what?
Masturbation.
Well, that's a broad topic. When you say masturbation,
Hello,
I mean, what are you talking about?
Hello. The
Yeah.
masturbation, you know that I know that you know I'm talking about.
So in Nigeria, they call it soapy. Okay. Some use soap because they use soap. They call it soapy. Some
So
use,
do you soapy, do you
some use
creamy,
okro.
do you okroy, whatever it is, do you do it?
Yeah. So for that thing, is for a lot of guys, it's a solo act. You know, something they do in their solitary environments, and it's something they do not divulge the info out to people. It's a personal thing. I believe if you do it, you wouldn't like it to be out there, or if you've ever done it before, if you know. So
Hey, this pastor dear.
that's a question.
This pastor that is hey,
That's
this
a question
pastor.
that I would like to deflect.
Don't worry, I know the pastor.
You know what?
The pastor will call you if you say you do it. He'll call you.
If I say I don't do it, he will still call me. So
Oh.
I mean, yeah, I might as well sit on the fence.
This pastor. Anyways, it's okay. But because I know, like almost out of 100, 98% of guys masturbate.
Maybe I'm
so.
part of the two.
Huh?
For you never know.
Let's move. Your relationship with Lexi the comic.
Yeah.
He's your very close friend.
It's a very
How do you influence each other?
Lexi is a very creative guy. He's like my personal favorite comedian, and so we sync with each other, and there's this kind of synergy where he rubs off my energy. I also do that of his, and we've realized that coming together to work has really helped all of us in our confidence, our stagecraft, and in various avenues we are pursuing. So Lexi is a very good colleague, very funny guy, and I'm glad I know him as a friend.
Okay. At what point is it too much to repeat a joke?
When it's the same audience for about 4 to 5 times, you know, but comedy dwells on surprise. Like, you're not expectant of the punch, and then I land it and you're like, oh, and then you laugh, okay? The next time, you're not really expectant, but maybe you've heard it already, but you're like, okay, this joke is funny. Maybe you tell a friend, listen to this one, and then you laugh. The third time, you be like, yo, enough, okay? Like, yeah, tell me something new.
Yeah.
It's not like music. And so comedy is quite tough. And that is why we always advocate that we would have, we would go nationwide so that our audience is not just restricted to Accra.
Yeah.
And so we go Techiman,
We get
Brekun, you know, Volta,
experiences,
yeah, so that you gather the experiences and then come serve also the people in Accra with that. We don't have the financial wherewithal to carry on with these tours. So we appeal to corporate people to come around, support. If you want us, and comedy doesn't involve much. You don't need too many lighting, the sound, good sound, and then the performance. And so if there are corporate bodies watching us who would like for us to tour the 16 regions, we are ready. Let's come, let's talk it out, so that we wouldn't be repeating jokes to the same people in Accra. Coming up with like 15-minute content is tough. You understand? That's why when a comedian gets it, he tries to work it out. And that's why people say we don't post a lot of our videos online. It is because the jokes would get old. And so sometimes the ones that we allow, we let them out. And for other times, the jokes that maybe you just wrote like a 5-minute material that you know works very well, you'd have to eat off it. You know, be playing maybe some corporate shows, blah, blah, blah. Because if you post it, TikTok picks it, everybody picks it, it becomes a viral thing. Now when you're performing it, nobody enjoys it anymore. And then you can't make cash out of it. They'll find you boring. And so we don't usually let out our videos because of that. And that's why sometimes we appeal that even for you, GhanaWeb and the other media channels, when you come, maybe a 2-minute snippet is fine. But to pick the whole stuff and then go put on your thing, it makes our work quite difficult. Unlike the Kwame Eugenes, the kiddies who can perform Touch It here, tomorrow Touch It. Kwame Eugenes still singing Angela, you know, because it's good music. Yeah. And music stays. But unless it's probably by popular request, you say, okay, that joke that you did, can you do that from then? So that's it for us. Jokes can be repeated. Sometimes we even modify it, but still repeat it. Yeah.
Comedy, medicine, which one pays more?
Comedy. Comedy pays good. It also takes you to places that probably your profession wouldn't take you. That's why I consider this as a career. It carries me, you know, around. Yeah, I wouldn't go to Nigeria because of optometry. I went to Nigeria because of comedy. You understand? So
what projects are you currently working on?
Yeah, we are working on a couple of projects. We plan on hosting a show in August, myself and Lexi. You guys should watch out for it.
Okay.
Yes, the title is Lesser Gods of Comedy. It's going to be an awesome, a good production, and I'm grateful for my previous one, which I haven't talked about.
Yeah.
I did a show at the National Theatre, popular but broke, and we sold out to the National.
I wanted to ask you about it. Like, how did it go? What went into it?
It was awesome. It was awesome. Earlier, I was looking at doing it kakra and kakra. You know, let's sell our tickets to social media. And then I contacted one guy at 3 Music, Ricky Tennyson, and then we talked. And then he said, yo, let's expand this vision. Let's do billboards. Let's make it big. And it's so big. It went so good that when CTFM were announcing nominees for their Entertainment Achievers Award, my show was part of Event of the Year.
Aww.
You can imagine, you know, there were other shows, but I mean, if the show was that good to be featured there, then it means we did a good job. And so I'm grateful to God and my fans and everybody who supported in this project. I really appreciate it, and it's growth. Now we've sold out National Theatre. It's left for us to fill stadiums. And the dream is to do Madison Square Garden.
Amen.
Yeah, and by God's grace, it will come off. God's grace and dint of hard work. Amen. Amen.
Receive it.
Would you like to MC the event when it's at
when you
Madison?
call on me.
Call on me.
And I'll be there. Anyway, so your final words or your dying words?
Yeah. Hello, everybody that's watched this. My name is Obi Ampons. I'm a stand-up comedian by night and an optometrist by day. And I do enjoy my job as a comedian and as an optometrist as well. For all of you following me because of my comedy, I love you guys. I promise to continue working hard and continue to support us as well. I'm Obi Ampons on all social media networks. Please subscribe to our YouTube channels. And also, I have a radio show on Plaza FM 89.9 every Friday evening from 7 to 8 p.m. And also on TV, GH1 TV, we have the Half Serious Show from 8:30 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. every Saturday. Join us, let's have fun. Follow me on social media. When you see my adverts on YouTube, like when you're on my channel and watching a video, watch the advert too, okay, so that I can get money from YouTube. God bless you and stay safe.
Yes, that was Obi and Ponsa for you. Yes, I promised you a good show, and yes, of course, I have delivered. So, Obi and Ponsa, thank you for coming.
Thank you so much, Elsie.
Yes.
Be safe, eh? All the best with your new boyfriend.
Anyway, so can we ignore that? Yes, so far too, all too soon we have come
all
to
the best with your new boyfriend.
all the
far too soon.
all too soon we have come to an end of this edition of Talk Entertainment. I hope you had fun or enjoyed yourself wherever you are. As usual, this show is brought to you by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has all you want from juices, smoothies, jollof, fried rice, spaghetti, and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday with only 49 cedis. You get one small pizza, fries, and chicken. One Coca-Cola drink at all branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesdays at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be a part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Also remember to start your weekend with special jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza every Friday. Call 0264 133 397 0264 133 397 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your way. So here's where we draw the curtains. We come your way another time. Till then, stay safe and be good. Bye.
Member for boom. Honorable Member Abednego Azuma Bandi. Honorable, you may ask your question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The constituency is Bumpurbi. I notice you've always had difficulty in pronouncing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to ask the Minister for Sanitation and Water Resources when the rest of the Bumpurbu Township and its environs will be connected to the Bumpurbu Community Water System. Thank you.
Yes, respectfully.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Bumpurbu Township is provided with a small town water system constructed under the Northern Region Small Towns Water and Sanitation Project in 2014. The system is currently being managed by the community, which, with technical support from the Bumpurbu Nampaduri District Assembly. Mr. Speaker, it is worth mentioning that the Community Water and Sanitation Agency, under its policy reforms, agreed with the community and the District Assembly to take over the responsibility of the water system in 2018 to rehabilitate the 6 boreholes serving the water system and expand supply to improve water delivery service to the community. After the CWSA had carried out the rehabilitation works, there were agitations from the community, resulting in the community taking over the management of the facility again. Mr. Speaker, by the close of 2020, the water system in Bumpurbu was in severe crisis due to poor management, frequent pipe bursts, inability to pay electricity bills, and long down times. Consequently, the chiefs, elders, and other stakeholders appealed to the Community Water and Sanitation Agency again for support. The agency subsequently carried out an assessment and found out that an estimated amount of 3 million 500,000 cedis was required to repair the damage and extend the pipe networks to unserved areas in the community. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Sanitation and Water Resources, through the CWSA, has made provisions in the 2022 budget to enable the CWSA repair the damage and extend the pipe network to unserved areas in the community. It must be emphasized that the Community Water and Sanitation Agency will go through the necessary transition arrangements and take over the management of the water system to sustain it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very grateful for the Minister providing us with historic information and the problems and plans that she intends to embark upon. But the question is, when? What are the timelines in ensuring that other communities get connected? Thank you.
Yes, Minister, timelines.
Mr. Speaker, as soon as the transition arrangements of takeover are carried out, because without that, I cannot promise the timelines. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well. Anyway, now your last chance.
I thought I have two more questions. Follow-ups.
You've already asked two, supplementary. So last one.
This is my first, so I have two, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. May I know from the Minister the nature of the problem, because they require
about 3.5 million Ghana cedis to be able to repair and then connect to other communities. I know that as at the day before yesterday, they pumped water. It is only yesterday and today that water didn't flow. So if water is flowing, what is the nature of the problem that they require that amount of money to work on?
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The works involve laying of pipelines as well, hence the amount of 3.5 million. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member Abednego, will you move to question number 297? That stands in your name again.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity again to ask the Minister for Sanitation and Water Resources what plans the ministry has put in place to address the water supply problems of the Bunkuru and Konduri districts, especially the remote communities within the district. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Bunkuru and Binde are communities within the Bunkuru and Konduri district, which are supplied with safe water from small town water systems. 5 other communities within the district are served with potable water from limited mechanized water systems. Furthermore, majority of the remaining communities have access to hand pump boreholes. In view of population growth, Mr. Speaker, the water facilities cannot meet the current water demand. Consequently, the Community Water and Sanitation Agency, in collaboration with the Bunkuru and Paduri District Assembly, have earmarked the communities without access to safe water as first priority for future water supply projects in the district. Furthermore, the Ministry of Sanitation and Water Resources, through the Community Water and Sanitation Agency, has made provision in the 2022 budget to enable the CWSA provide new water facilities for communities without access to safe water supply. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Honourable Abednego.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Any supplementary question?
Yes, please. Mr. Speaker, again, the Minister has indicated that certain communities have been earmarked to be considered for future water supply. May I ask the Minister the timelines again, because he said future projects in the district. Or is it future, specifically, what is the time frame?
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, since we have provision within the budget, I'll just say it won't take too long. So I can provide the timelines to the honorable member when we get them ready. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Abednego, any further question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The minister mentioned that some communities will be considered or earmarked for the projects to benefit from the project. May I have the opportunity of knowing these communities since I am their representative?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have mandated the CWSA to work with the assemblies, so the list can be provided later when it's ready. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Good. So we move to question number 302. Question number 302. That stands the name of a member for Europe Krobo. Honorable Abetete Nyakuti.
Right Honorable Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Sanitation and Water Resources when the water extension project from Huhunya to Boti to Agogo to Pesika, Sutapon to Aku Akmamu and surrounding communities in the Ilo-Krobo constituency, which has stalled since December 2016, will be completed.
Yes, respectfully, Honorable Minister.
Thank you. The Speaker, Hunya, Oti, Agogo, Opesika, Tapong, Ako, and Akamu are all communities in the Ilo-Krobo district. And the project to supply water to these communities and its environs is on course. Currently, Hunya, Oti, Agogo, Opesika, Ako, and Akamu have boreholes as well as hand-dug wells fitted with hand pumps, which provide their water supply needs. Mr. Speaker, to ensure continuous water supply to these areas, the Ghana Water Company Limited is in the process of procuring pressure-reducing valves to be fitted to regulate the pressures within the network of these communities. This should be completed in the third quarter of this year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Honorable Abet, any further question?
Right Honorable Speaker, I have a follow-up question. Honorable Minister, the Bukono Water Treatment Plant is located in the these areas in Ilo-Krobo, where we are asking for extension of water supplies. The pipelines from Bukono Junction or from the Bukono plant to Kofodia, the pipeline from Bukono plant to Kofodia did not consider the communities surrounding these areas and did not provide any water for them at all. When are we going to do that?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is the policy now to make sure we give water or supply water to all villages and towns and hamlets en route. This policy wasn't part of the project when it was executed. So it's Ghana Water, which is now going through the processes to make sure all those are supplied with Ghana with water supply. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Abet.
Right, Honorable Speaker, this is my last question. Honorable Minister, access to water is a human right, and the demand for water is essential not only for health, but also to poverty reduction, food security, peace, and education. The boreholes mentioned are either dry from day one or do not exist at all. Honorable Minister, the people of Ilo-Krobo who are watching this exchange live will want to know when water supply will extend beyond the current point where it reached in 2016 before it was truncated.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we cannot underestimate the importance of water. We say water is life. I qualify it as good water is life. Because when you don't get good potable water and you drink dirty water, you can get sick. Secondly, yes, rightly so, all Ghanaians should have access to water supply. And this is the vision of His Excellency the President to do so. May I suggest that we will send a team to those places to ascertain the current situation. Mr. Speaker, it is a truth universally acknowledged that indeed during the dry seasons we do have even rivers getting dried up. So I will not dispute that fact. But we'll go there, ascertain and assess the situation and see what can be done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I hope you said that was your last question.
The last answer elicits a final question. Honorable Minister, I want to thank you for your response. We can look forward to having water, as you said, by the end of this year. But I wish to remind you that the current project ended only a few kilometers from the main pipeline. So the rest of Agogo, Sutapon, Opesika, and Akpo Akwamu are over 50 kilometers from the current.
Honorable Member, well noted. Well noted. Thank you. Let's turn to question number 422. Question number 422. That stands in the name of a member for Ho Central, Honorable Benjamin Kumla Pudu. Honorable, you may ask your question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have to ask the Minister for Sanitation and Water Resources when the whole water expansion project will be carried out so as to enhance water supply to Ho and its environs.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Speaker, the PEVE water treatment plant serves the whole municipal area and its environs. The production capacity of the water supply system is 9,000 cubic meters per day, which is equivalent to 2 million gallons a day. Mr. Speaker, to improve upon the water supply situation in the communities within the whole municipal area, the Ghana Water Company Limited a commercial contract for the construction of a new 41,000 cubic meters per day water treatment plant at PEVE, coupled with adequate transmission and distribution network to increase access to improved water supply. Mr. Speaker, the project is one of the high priority projects government intends to implement, and the PEVE water treatment project will be brought to this august house for consideration as soon as all the necessary works and approvals are obtained. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Pudu, any further question?
Plenty. Mr. Speaker, I want to help our Honorable Minister. The name of that town is PEVE, not PEVE.
That's my computer.
That's Roxanne's.
Yes. You are a minister now. You are a minister.
Mr. Speaker, my understanding of her answer is that it is not a rehabilitation of the existing plant, but that it is a construction of a new plant altogether. And if so, what is the coverage area anticipated under the new arrangement?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this coverage and the scope of works can be provided when we are ready with the final assessment. Because, as I said, as the population grows, you need a bigger water treatment system to serve the people. So we can't provide that later. The cost I can't provide. The sum for is $149 million. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Podo, any further question?
Mr. Speaker, I'm impressed that the project is one of the high priority projects. But the answer says that they are now doing certain things, including consideration, as soon as all the necessary works and other approvals are obtained. If it's on the high priority, can the minister explain to us what are the stages that you have accomplished and which ones are next?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like we did for the Keta water system, that the contractor is on site. Like we did for the 5 town water supply led by Andapu Township. Mr. Speaker, normally we look for funding, then they come in and discuss the scope of works. We do a feasibility, and then we go to cabinet for approval. Then we come to this August House for approval as well. Then the processes with finance also go on. So it's quite a long process. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, Honorable Benjamin, that's your last question, please. Honorable, this is your last question. You know you have a lot to do today, please. So, you've already taken 2 supplementary questions. So I'm saying you have the last one, so take the last one.
To me, so. You see, Honorable Minister, I am interested in finding out the time frame within which these processes will be completed. Can you give us any assurance about that? Because you have mentioned the stages, but will it be 6 months? Will it be 4 months? Or is it going to be another year?
Yeah, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I got the Honorable Member correctly, the whole process depends on the funding. Like I said, Mr. Speaker, at times the funding might even fall through. But let's keep our fingers crossed that indeed this funding will be sought and obtained, and then we can give correct answers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. We move to question number 423. Question number 423. Honorable Motal, are you here again? Anyway, here straightforward. So you may ask the question.
Mr. Speaker.
You said you may ask your question.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Deputy Whip, let him hear you.
Mr. Speaker, our colleague has exhausted his allocation for questions per sitting. Order 65(2) is very clear on that. And I quote.
You are coming under hot order.
65(2). Not more than 3 questions for oral answers shall be asked by a member at any one sitting. This is 3, Honorable. All the urgent questions here, 3 questions came from you. We have a lot to do today. Let's continue.
Please. Leader, may I seek your clarification on this? A member asks a question to different ministers. Is he restricted to a number of questions? Is coming under Order 65.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, Order 65 to provide not more than 3 questions for oral answers shall be asked by a member at any one sitting. And my colleague is right. If the member has asked 3 substantive questions already, then certainly he cannot be allowed to ask further questions. However, Mr. Speaker, because the minister is here and has waited for so long a time, I may want to plead that you relax the rule to enable the Honorable Muntala ask this question. But technically, he has no feet to stand on to ask further questions.
Yeah, Leader, I want this explanation. Is this order coming on the 4 matter representing different ministers or just restricted to one minister?
The Speaker, whether it's directed at one minister or several ministers, the member cannot ask more than 3 substantive questions. The Speaker, you will remember that when members ask questions, they would indicate to you that I'm entitled to 3 supplementary questions. They are not. In fact, this order refers to substantive questions. So if the Speaker may permit a member to ask a supplementary question, whether 1 or 2, that's the sole prerogative of the Speaker. But the 3 questions don't refer to supplementary questions. They refer to substantive questions. So the Deputy Whip, the Honorable Serema Larson, should be hailed. He should be hailed as mastering the rules of the House.
Well.
But Mr. Speaker, as I said, I will just...
Yeah, I'll allow him. But then
with you.
I'm also asking the table to also take note of that. You don't put one member with different questions. So table, please take note of that. So Honorable Mutala, quickly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Sanitation and Water Resources the steps being taken to address the acute water metropolis and its surrounding communities.
Very well. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Dalong water treatment plant serves the Tamale metropolis and its environs. The installed and average production capacities of the Dalong water treatment plant are 45,000 cubic meters per day, which is equivalent to 10 million gallons per day, and 30,000 cubic meters per day, equivalent to 6.7 million gallons per day, respectively. The shortfall in production is as a result of unreliable power supply. Mr. Speaker, in the face of the prevailing production shortfall and the water supply-demand gap, the Ghana Water Company Limited, as a short-term measure, has instituted a water management program, which is the same as water rationing, to supply water to all the areas at least once a week. Mr. Speaker, as a long-term measure to tackle the water supply situation in the metropolis, the Ghana Water Company Limited has signed a commercial contract to construct a new 135,000 cubic meter per day water treatment plant, equivalent to 30 million gallons a day, at Yape, and this comes with adequate transmission and distribution network to increase access to water supply. Mr. Speaker, the project has received all the necessary regulatory approvals, including the signing of the loan agreement, which makes the contract effective. Car works are expected to commence by the end of the first quarter of 2022, following the full mobilization of the contractor and consultant to the site. Project is expected to be completed in 36 months after commencement. I humbly wish to state, Mr. Speaker, that this is the biggest water project implemented by the government of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the meantime, what measures are put in place to ensure that the suffering, particularly women, are going through as a result of lack of water in Tamale Central are taken care of? And I say this because, as I talk to you, women are queued around boreholes provided by some of us members of parliament and some NGOs, and the boreholes are not adequate. So what measures are you putting in place to ensure that by the time this project is completed, at least they will not be going through the suffering they go through just to get water for domestic use?
Well. Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are acutely aware of this situation, especially in the dry season. Mr. Speaker, there was also sun winning, which by individuals, which we stopped, so that Ghana Water Company itself will do the sun winning and give it to the community. As a result of all this, during the most acute seasons and times, Ghana Water Company Limited is directed to provide tanker services to supply water. So this will be an interim measure to make sure the people get good potable water within the week to cook and to have water to work in their homes. And the Honorable Minister commented on the workload and the suffering of women. It's not only women and girls who should be in school. So we are acutely aware of this. And whatever we will do to alleviate their suffering will be done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That's the final one, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The tanker services that are going to be providing this water to these communities within the Tamale metros, is the water going to be free? And if it is not going to be free, at what rate are the people going to be paying for the water? And when is it going to commence? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Speaker, I will provide the details as we get them ready. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
He said he will provide the details as he gets ready. So, Honorable Minority Leader, I come to you.
Mr. Speaker, it's a shared problem, so I should thank the Honorable Mutala for bringing this matter to the fore and to urge the Minister to take urgent steps for the realization of the expansion of the Tamale Water Project. Mr. Speaker, I'm just going to share one. I wish I could even read a text I got this morning. Mr. Speaker, the water shortage in Tamale is so acute that on Monday, I visited the Bamvumna at his palace, who lost the most senior wife. And Mr. Speaker, I have the text here. Even for the funeral, I have to send water as MP this evening to facilitate the performance of the Bamvum Lane's wife's funeral, making the minister know how dire the situation of the acute water shortage is. I can read the text for you from my chairman, who cannot even write. Boss, add Bamvum Palace water for the funeral. It's supposed to go today. I'm just from my text. It's 9 a.m. So when you go to communities such as Changme, Target, Vitim, the residents just can't cope. Whether it's Lamashegu or it's Datoyele. I understand you were here when we gave you approval to expand Tamale water.
let's see it happen in the coming days. So, Mr. Speaker, mine is not a question, but to let the minister appreciate whether it's Moshizango or it's Sakasaka, we are in a deep crisis in Tamale as far as the availability of quality potable water is concerned. We'll take your word. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister, it doesn't demand a response. Minister, I have not asked you to respond. It's just yes. So we move to question.
With your kind permission, I just wanted to make a correction. The water project is not going to be an expansion project. It's an entirely new project with a different source of raw water. Thank you, sir.
Very well. So we move to question number 424. Question number 424. Honorable Member for Akachinov, Peter Nochikoti.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Sanitation and Water Resources if the ministry has any plan to provide district capitals with sustainable water supply systems, and if so, what have Dakar, the capital of the Akati North District? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, indeed, Mr. Speaker. The government, through the Ministry of Sanitation and Water Resources, has a lot of plans to provide all Ghanaians with potable water, including the Ave Dakpa, which is the capital of Akachi North District. Mr. Speaker, the capital of Akachi North District is served with safe water provided by the government of Ghana in 2008 through funding from the Danish International Development Agency known as DANIDA. Mr. Speaker, water is supplied from 2 boreholes into an elevated concrete storage tank of 50 cubic meters for the volume. The water supply system has 10 standpipes and 61 household connections. In consonance with the prevailing policy at the time, the community, through the district assembly, took over the management of the water system. Mr. Speaker, as a result of an alleged mismanagement by the water and sanitation management team within the community, the district assembly took over the day-to-day operation and management of the water system. We indeed hope that things have improved. Mr. Speaker, the ministry recognizes the need to improve water supply in the Avedapa. To achieve this, government, through the Community Water and Sanitation Agency, is preparing to take over the water supply system to rehabilitate, expand, and manage it in order to meet the water demand of the people of Avedapa. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Yeah, Honorable Peter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Honourable Minister for the response, but just want to inform that between March and December last year, the water system broke down. Then, additionally, because of the COVID, what happened was that the water was used and no payment was made to anybody. The Electricity Company of Ghana cut power supply to the water system, and in January, I had to pay 13,832 Ghana cedis for water to be, power to be restored before the water system could run. Even that, the system had developed force and individuals in the community had to donate sums of money for its rehabilitation. Mr. Speaker, what I want to find out from the minister is whether there is any opportunity for the system to be expanded, because the community has grown very large now as a district capital. If there's any immediate plan to expand the water system so that the community can get water more regularly than it is happening now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I did indicate that the CWSA is preparing to take over the water supply system to rehabilitate, expand, and manage it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, we move to question number. I thought you finished. Let him give the last chance.
Mr. Speaker, in the minister's answer, that is paragraph 4, she indicated that there was an alleged mismanagement by the water and sanitation management team in the community, and the assembly took over. I wish to inform her that the assembly taking over the water system was worse than what the community even managed. I would like to find out from her if she will be willing to ask the Water and Sanitation Agency to investigate why the assembly performed poorly in the management of the water system in Averapa. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm aware that indeed some of these communities fail to even pay for the electricity that they use to pump the water for the people. So I am aware of some of these malpractices, and between the assembly and the community, we have problems. Hence, the reforms for CWSA to directly take over and be responsible for these water systems, so that the good people will be served with good potable water. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. So we move to question number 426. 426, Honorable Member for Domia Braubum, Honorable Sophia Kalim Ekwoko.
Most grateful, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I would like to ask the Minister for Sanitation and Water Resources the status of the water project that passes through Doblo to Kwamianu and the plans the ministry has to provide potable drinking water for the remainder of the 735 communities in the Domiabra Obum constituency.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Domiabra Obom constituency is served by two different water systems. The Nsawam water treatment plant serves Amasaman, Obeyeye, Doblo, Ashalaja, and Kwamianu, and the Wager water treatment plant currently serves Obom, Domiabra, Amuzukope, and Dentra. Mr. Speaker, in the interim, the Ghana Water Company Limited awarded a contract for the construction of 20 kilometers length of distribution pipelines in Doblo, Ashalaja, and their environs under the ongoing Waterworks project. I am pleased to announce that the construction of the distribution pipelines, which began in September 2021, is now completed. Mr. Speaker, furthermore, the Ghana Water Company Limited will, in a progressive manner, use internally generated funds to extend water supply to areas in the constituency which are currently not being served. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Kwoko, any further?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister stated in her answer that the Wager water treatment plant is currently serving Domiabra, Amuzukope, and Dantra. Mr. Speaker, I would like to find out if the Minister is aware that for 6 years and currently, Domiabra and Dantra have not been receiving water from the treatment plant.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I am not aware. It is Ghana Water that gave this statement currently, so I will confer with them and come back to the honourable member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. We now move to the last question.
We want to do. I signaled her and he said it's okay. Anyway, ask your last question.
Mr. Speaker, can the minister explain to this August House what she means by, and I quote, in a progressive manner, use internally generated funds to extend water supply to areas in the constituency which are currently not being served?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It simply means that as and when we gather our IGF, we will work on those areas that don't have water. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Finally, we turn to question number 813.
Mr. Speaker.
Question number 8. Oh, Sophia. Let's hear you. Let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, in the minister's estimation, using the IGF as mentioned in his answer, how long will it take the Ghana Water Company Limited to extend water supply to communities in Domiabrobo, which are currently not being served?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I did indicate that the current situation the Honourable Member is talking about will be verified and then we'll come back. It shouldn't even be part of the new IGF areas. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable side. Okay, let me come to a member for Suhum. Honorable Kojo Asante. You may put your question to the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am on the feet to ask the able Minister of Sanitation and Water Resources when her ministry will resume works on the Ghana First Toilet project in the Sohum constituency. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with your kind indulgence, I'll give a brief preamble to the answer. Mr. Speaker, in 2019, I invited the Chief Executive Officer of the Ghana First Company Limited to a meeting to discuss the initiative by the company to construct public toilet facilities across the country, which I considered as the minister to be a laudable idea, since it would help in eradicating open defecation in our communities. Mr. Speaker, the CEO honored the invitation with the board members and other officers of the company and explained that the company was in a private arrangement with contractors to execute the project within the metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies across the country. The company had also entered into a public.
Honorable members, please let's listen to the minister.
The company has also entered into a public-private partnership agreement with the metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies as project partners to construct public toilet facilities across the country. Mr. Speaker, this assertion has been evidently made clear by the Ghana First Company Limited with a publication in the Daily Guide newspaper indicating that it is a private entity, for which reason government should not interfere in their activities. Mr. Speaker, this publication was on the 6th of August 2019 in the Daily Guide, page 14, where the company released a press statement stating, among others, that, and I quote, contractors should take notice that the relationship between Ghana First Company Limited and themselves is purely a private business arrangement and therefore should not expect payment from or by government. The government is therefore advised not to succumb to any pressure from any quarters and allow the company to deal with the contractors claiming to have done any work for the company. If government should pay any contractor with the taxpayers' money, the company will resort to legal action against it. Therefore, the government is hereby advised not to succumb to pressures from any quarters and allow the company to deal with the contractors claiming to have done any work for GFCL. Mr. Speaker, respectfully, I wish to state that the Ministry of Sanitation and Water Resources is not responsible for the execution of this project. In this regard, I would humbly suggest that the Honourable Member of Parliament should contact the Suhum Municipal Assembly for any further information on the project. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker.
Your problem cuts across the entire country.
Yes. Okay.
I'm saying your question, your problem that we are asking the minister to address, it cuts across the whole country.
That's right.
So let's hear if we have any further questions.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful. Thank you.
Honourable, you don't have any question? Well.
No, I said I'm very grateful. Thank you.
You're okay? Yes. Honourable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, if, I don't know whether I'm permitted to come because this will not be a question. But when the minister says that this is a purely private arrangement, and the purely private arrangement has metropolitan district assemblies that are government entities, will you assure this House that you investigate this matter and further report back to Parliament? Because private cannot stand alone. Private, purely private. But we see our district assemblies, which are public, engage in it. And there are contractors going around the country who say, I work for this entity, I haven't been paid for years. Will you want to investigate this matter further and probably apprise this House so that we know the status of this project? Thank you. And its implications for our district assembly common fund or the district assembly's funding. Thank you.
Very well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The point is well made, and the districts, the municipalities are all under the local government ministry. So I'll liaise with my colleague, the local government minister, and work on this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Honourable Minister, on behalf of the House, I would like to thank you for attending upon the House to answer 9 separate questions. You are hereby discharged, Honourable Minister. Yes, Honourable Leader, any indication as to what to do next?
Speaker, I believe we can do the presentation of some of the papers and then move to committee of the whole. So we can do just the presentation of items A and B, 7, A and B on page 5 of the other paper.
Very well. Honourable members, let's turn to page number 5, item number 7. At the commencement of public business, presentation of papers. 7A, Minister for Transport.
Speaker, if I may seek your indulgence and that of my colleagues
to present the paper on behalf of the Minister responsible for transport.
Very well.
Annual report of the National Road Safety Authority 2020.
Honorable members, the report has been duly presented and referred to the Committee on Roads and Transport for consideration and report. 7B.
Request for the parliamentary ratification of the Charter establishing the Eastern and Southern African Trade and Development Bank, TBD Charter.
Honorable members, the request has been duly presented. It is referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report. Honorable members, the House will therefore be suspended to sit in committee to receive the National Identification Authority officials. Committee on the whole. Yes, leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I know the leader have already instructed that the bell be rung. There are two important issues we need to discuss at Committee of the Whole, apart from engaging the officials and minister responsible for the National Identification Authority. There is a matter which affects us as MPs. So all members, even if they are in their offices, they should endeavor to be here so that leader can speak to it. We have some announcement from the Parliamentary Service Board that is meant for members so that we take it from here and then we can get many of these matters. So we can recline to Committee of the Whole, Mr. Speaker, as you may direct. Thank you. This afternoon, what the Nana Addo Dankwa government have done through its leadership in Parliament is to throw our quest and desire as a people for an open, transparent, and accountable government to the dogs and to the winds. And the precedent that is being set, I worry for the future of our parliament. And I worry for the future of any parliamentary committee tomorrow that will be seeking under Article 1033 of the 1992 Constitution to inquire into any matter of public interest. Our motion was a very simple one, admitted by the Speaker and dismissed by the Deputy Speaker. Interesting times in Ghana. So you see sometimes what invite chaos into the chamber. A motion admitted, advertised over a month by the Speaker, a deputy speaker presiding to serve nothing but a narrow partisan interest, even after the motion is moved and seconded, dismisses the motion that it ought not to have been admitted. I hope that he is not impugning the authority and integrity of the speaker, neither is he undermining the mandate and authority of the speaker as a subordinate. I will comment on that matter at a future date.
Yeah.
Because we still need to keep the unity of the country and parliament together. But as all of you have perused our rules, even Order 191 that he referred to, any of you who have your standing orders refer to it. It talks about a bill for which there is no subject area to deal with. A bill. But he relies on it. We are demanding transparency and accountability in the utilization of COVID resources. And we simply are telling the Ghanaian public that neither the Minister for Finance nor ministers responsible for sectors, including the Health Minister, have adequately accounted for the expenditure of COVID resources. I refer to $2.5 billion Ghana cedis announced in the 2022 budget as expenditure over the 2021 period. That has not been accounted for anywhere in any budget or in any expenditure. During the budget hearing, you heard the Minister of Foreign Affairs say that Minister of Finance spent 65 million on my behalf. The Minister of Finance is not a procurement entity for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So how were those expenditures committed? By what procurement procedures to guarantee value for money? Even when the Honorable Deputy Minister for Finance, the Honorable Abena Osasari, attempted to explain, she could not account for the 65 million. She ended at some 21 to 30 million. It is for this reason that we moved a motion, because as you are aware, very respected civil society groups, Send Ghana and Ghana Integrity Initiative today, have launched damning reports into COVID expenditure. So what they have done is to say that don't shine the light on the darkness of corruption. Very disappointing for our country. The precedent that is being set, Parliament tomorrow may not be able to appoint any committee to probe any underhand or unsatisfactory dealing or performance of sector ministers. Is this the government Ghanaians voted for that cannot uphold itself to the values of probity and accountability? We can only be disappointed by the ruling of the Deputy Speaker. I will urge my colleagues to be calm. We have only lost not even a vote on a motion, because today would have defeated them. But there are many more motions to come. Even tomorrow, we will move the motion on Frontiers, which is doing open thievery at the airport.
That one to COVID.
It didn't go through any procurement process. They are charging Ghanaians who are returning abroad, international citizens, huge sums of money that is not being charged in other civilized jurisdictions where better facilities have been provided to deal with COVID.
Enche biana Arsenal enso eje captain Samband efri Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang ensem amesi ameka said the Aubameyang po efri Arsenal esi no odene achire mu enso Barcelona na Arsenal for nya de o ma appoint new captain bia enso e de ama team ne no ena ex Tottenham Hotspur almost striker I friend said Darren Bent say mrantie nan eno no susu say Arsenal captain Samban no baako enso benya abo na ochiremu abrantie friend say Alexander Lacazette enso betimi abo armband no na ewo mrantie nan nimu no obo Ghana ni friend say Thomas Partey so osusu say oba okọ Arsenal dressing room ha omo ka bi ewom no Thomas Partey enso account ono de ohunu say Arsenal mo next captain no ebia Thomas Partey enso betimi abo armband na amana yi.